cases here are alleged and for entertainment purposes only.
Welcome to tonight's Messy Court. We are so glad to have you all in the building. Now, tonight will be a little bit different from last week. Different, how you say? We will be having interactive court, which means some of you in the chat will be selected to be jurors. Will you be biased? Will you be impartial? Will you serve true justice in this court? On top of that, tonight, we have one person prosecuting two of these cases and another person prosecuting another case. So you must pay attention to who's prosecuting what case because we don't want you to get mixed up. Okay? We do not want you to get mixed up and make the wrong decision in the courtroom. First, we have on our beautiful California cutie. How are you?
Hey, y'all. Good evening, Judge. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thanks for asking. Next, we have our beautiful Mace Moreau, the wig.
Good evening, Judge.
Good evening. And next, we have our expert court witness, the wonderful Ranting with Ricardo.
Good evening, Judge. How you doing?
I'm doing good, girl. Now, with that being said, all rise, all rise. The Honorable Judge Nola Reeds is approaching the bench. Hey, everybody, how are y'all? I see y'all will say y'all was ready, baby, this week for Messy Night Court. Let me go ahead and see who is all up in here. Hey, Q, my love, you came in early so you don't get a fine by the judge. Yes. All fines started in court at $350K and higher. Hey, our good sister, Barb Meets World, how are you? How are you? Hey, Melissa, how are you? LMV, you spy with your little red eye? Ooh, don't get fined. Don't get fined for that comment. Ooh. Hey you all, I'm missing all the Queen's men for this. Ooh, well, thank you. Thank you for reporting to jury duty, because had you not been reported to jury duty, you would have been sentenced to community service.
Judge,
with a $750K fine.
Wait, Judge, can you ask Melissa had the show came back or are they just doing reruns on BET?
Melissa, has the show come back or are they just doing reruns on BET? Please answer. This is part of your jury selection question.
Mm-hmm.
LNV, the eyes. Are you spying? Are you spying? How are you tonight? All right, Louisiana chick, how are you? Hello, Cuz Judge Nola. How you doing? Attorneys, bailiff, and investigators. Hey, Sweet Pea, how are you? I don't know where my bailiff at. My bailiff is late. Scorpion King say, I am ready for this dragging. Hey, Regal Cameron. I hope I'm saying that right. The prosecutor, you coming with the same energy. The prosecutor isn't prosecuting all the cases. I told you guys it will shift. Hey, Cool Gamer. Hey, Just Me Cheryl. Hey, Cleopatra Pender. How are you?
Cleo.
Smokey Dineva. We didn't even do him because when we set to prosecute everything, he had not done anything. And technically, he's not a part of Huntsville. So we were just doing the men of Huntsville this week. Next week, we'll get into more celebrities instead of people in shows and things like that. Hey, Christine Lambert, how are you?
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Too Feisty, how are you? Representing for the Caldwells this evening, we were informed there were slanderous statements made in this court.
Oh.
$3 million fine, Feisty. $3 million fine, and I sentence you to tell the truth and teach your mother how to comb her hair and wear clothes that fit and stop trying to put on a man's voice to imitate a man, okay?
No, get over here.
I'm going to sentence you and your mother to 5 years of family counseling so she can understand that she has not been delivered. And that's why we still call her sis. Ooh, gotta bang the gavel.
Stop calling me sis. Stop calling me sis.
or my favorite. Or my favorite, when Mother Caldwell is on the Instagram talking about North, get over here. North, stop doing that. Stop.
You all here for this? Judge
Andrew Carver looked just like a girl I grew up with. No, it's funny. It's hilarious. I'm gonna send you the picture.
To be in a courtroom. I don't know where my bailiff at. My bailiff about to be fine too.
Yep.
Hey D, how are you? Hey, Simply Elegant One, how are you? Present and accounted for. Thank you, Kimmy Nicole. How are you? All fines for being late for court start after I finish giving out the hellos. Okay.
Ooh,
Hey,
y'all
Kristen, how are you? Hey, Miss Major, how are you?
Yeah, you know,
how are you?
May I speak, Judge?
Oh, they say all the Queen's Men is back tonight. So it must have started tonight. Go ahead, California.
Oh, we gotta get on that.
Look, that's and so the bailiff kept saying her handcuffs were so itchy last week. Maybe she accidentally handcuffed herself to something. But I'm just saying, you know, no excuses. I'm just saying.
The bailiff called me right before court, so I don't understand what happened.
That's why I said it.
Let me go get because I was getting ready.
I have a question for Nicole Randall in the chat. Mama, is that you?
Girl, is your mama here?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out.
There's no mama here because I need you to be full-fledged with your evidence and not cutting corners because your mama is in gallery. Oh, okay.
She know me.
I also my favorite Liberian cayenne pepper. How are you?
Chad, she hung up on me after I had a few choice words about a certain family member of my sister's. Okay, it is my mama. Okay.
Hey, Mommy. You gonna borrow your fine from the Bishop Live-Moore. He got it.
Hey, Shady.
He got it from scamming them people.
Wait. Not a court matter, but child, why did the bishop block Thick?
What she did to the bishop? Because the bishop, let me tell you something right now. My cousin goes to the bishop church, okay? The church is right down there in Brooklyn, and the bishop is a good man. The bishop takes care of the community.
Max, don't do that. You and Francine are gonna be the best of friends because y'all say the bishop can't do no wrong.
No, I didn't say he can't do no wrong, but I'm just saying he takes care of the community. You know, he's out there, you know, got his foot to the pavement. You know, if he's scamming anybody, he's scamming in the name of the Lord. You know, it's a different scammerization. It's the scammerization is different.
But we know you'll be on his defense when he come to court next week.
Yeah,
he is the only thing I can't defend is his outfits. His outfits.
I think that's why he blocked her because you know she'd be tagging us in her post and be tagging them when she's talking about them.
So don't tag me while she's talking about them. I don't want to
wait. So she been calling his Gucci suits Uchi Coochie suits. And been talking about his outfits real
You
bad.
know he get mad when you talk about his outfits and his clouded eyes.
You know what he wearing. You know what he wearing.
He blocked her. And then she proceeded to drag him on her live earlier.
Yeah, I wouldn't know any better because if I didn't know for sure they shut down Canal Street, I would definitely think he was down there buying in bulk.
Mm-hmm.
He's downstairs in Canal Street buying in bulk.
She proceeded to drag him.
Oh my gosh.
And then she mentioned me. She mentioned Chef. She mentioned Too Feisty. She called us and was like, "Are y'all blocked?" No, you blocked.
Yeah, you put
we gotta put him on the docket next week. We gotta put Funky on the docket. I'm defending Funky. I'm defending Funky because Funky didn't say nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. People don't like the truth. People just don't like the truth. People want people to lie to them all day. That's what it is.
Bishop Live-Moore on the docket for next week.
Bishop Live-Moore and Funky is on the docket for next week.
I'm definitely defending Funky because.
How are you? I'm glad you're here, my baby. Hey, Monique King.
Who's Monique King? Because every time she got the MK like me, my name is Macine King. So that could be my cousin. You know, all the Kings are related. We relate to Carlos too, child.
Monique
and Martin Luther. And Martin Luther.
Because that's my initials. My name is Macine Latoya King. I got MLK. Like,
right. I felt that. I felt that in my spirit.
Or Regina King. We related to her too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, all the kings are related.
I met her a few times. She's really nice.
But
I gotta tell you, that's a really good story.
All right. So with that being, Nicole Randall, you are here for it. How are you? Hey, Jamie, Pam, how are you listening from the overflow in the gallery? I appreciate it. The bishop ain't no good man. Stop that. Okay,
that's a good man, Savannah.
That's not a good man.
Savannah.
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, it is now time for juror selection. First person in the chat tonight was Q. Q, you are juror number 1. Second person in the chat tonight was our good sister, Barb Meets World. You are juror number 2. Third person in the chat tonight was Melissa. You are juror number 3. Ellen V, you are juror number 4. Can't count California Cutie. She is one of the attorneys. Louisiana Chick, you are jury number 5. Sweet Pea, you are jury number 6. Ooh, child. Scorpio, aka, you are juror number 7. Regal Cameron, you are juror number 8. Cool Gamer, or if you are still in here, you are cool. I'm sorry, jeweler. Lord, not jeweler. Y'all got me talking about the scamming bitch. I'm thinking about them clouded diamonds. You are juror number 9. Just Me Cheryl, you are juror number 10. Cleopatra Pender, you are juror number 11. Christine Lambert, you are juror number 12. Too Feisty, you are the alternate juror, okay? In case I have to drop down someone or dismiss them from said jury, okay? In case I have to dismiss them from the jury, you are the alternate. And sometimes you get a little wayward too, because you be talking about your mother. So Shay P, you will be my second alternate juror. Now for my jury foreman, I am going to make the jury foreman Miss Barb Meets World. So I want you guys to hear every case. And after every case, okay, we will vote yes or no, being guilty. And then from being guilty, okay, we will have our jury foreman, Miss Barb Meets World, go ahead and render the verdict. Okay, so 1 will be guilty, 2 will be not guilty. Is my bailiff finally here late?
Judge, one of the audience members in the courtroom, a Chef Don Don, would like to put in a formal request to fine Bailiff Prosperity Thick Girl 40 for being late.
Oh, it's
you
coming.
can't find me because I didn't get the memo to come up. So therefore, stay out of the court's business. Stay out the court's business, sir. Stay in the best of you.
Going to lie to the people. We were
gonna lie
we were on the phone, and I said, "Hey, let me."
You gotta go get dressed, but you never said we're about to start, Judge. That never came.
I was getting dressed if we wasn't about to start.
But you didn't say you were dressed. You said you were getting dressed, ma'am.
For the link, I said the link is in the chat. You said
I understand that, but you still never said that we were.
In the chat, it said, "Please be present for 6:45 Central Standard
Time." I was there at the meeting. Nobody else was.
Reading is fundamental.
I was there. No one else was there but me and you.
Don't do that.
Reading is fundamental. So you are late. That is a $10 million fine, and I sentence you to only cheap plastic zip ties instead of handcuffs. Okay.
Ooh, that hurt worse.
And you can't borrow from the Bishop Limore because he blocked you.
And you are
going to get blocked by the bishop. Blocked by the bishop.
Disrespectful.
Can you put the line up in the back, please, ma'am?
I had bailiff. I had tried to tell them that you had accidentally put handcuffs and accidentally handcuffed yourself, and you couldn't get your key. But nobody's listening to me. Nobody's listening to me.
Exactly.
First of all,
my job
will take more time not to be freaky and lock herself in her handcuffs and can't get out because she can't find her.
Well, I didn't lock me in them. Someone else did, but they left.
You got
I was trying to put all your business out there, baby.
They wanted me to stay there until they got back, but I was like, no, I got to go to work.
Right? Nope. Rain check.
And they weren't having it, so it wasn't my fault.
Listen,
but I'm here now, ma'am. I'm here now. And I'm ready to do my job.
You got to get
I think her fight should be reduced a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just handcuff you. Okay. Bailiff, how you going to get that 10 mil for the fine?
I just said
Shady done said the bailiff is coming in real aggressive.
With the magnetic cooch that I possessed, $10,000 will be a breeze.
Oh my God, we're gonna add another $2 million on top of that fine for talking about your cooch in the court of law. No God. And with that being said, on the docket today are the Queens of Huntsville. Okay, so first,
I can't snap anymore.
It's okay. I got
my carpal tunnel syndrome.
I got it.
First on trial today.
Oh, shoot.
Are we ready?
Yes.
All rise for the court and you already did that part. I'm sorry.
We did.
We are about to start the case of the All Rise community of Nola Reeds versus Maurice the Margarine Smelly Butter Scotch.
Okay, now I see here the case of Maurice Scott before me. He's accused of wanting to be relevant along with looking like a stick of butter. Okay, so I'm going to ask the jury, I need you to please be impartial, render a fair verdict. Do not rush to judgment here. All evidence presented. Okay, and listen to the case. Now, before my prosecuting attorney starts, I want to say hey to Naturally Mar. How are you? Roll call has been had and jury selection has been made, which means you are now late in the court of law. Naturally Mar, being late to court is a $350,000 fine. Thank you. The court will see you in the back for reparations and payment.
Hate to see it.
Okay. Now, prosecuting Maurice is Prosecutor Mace Monroe. I need you to go ahead with your opening statements, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I come here today to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Maurice is a cloud reacher, an attention seeker, a butter stick blender, and that he is running around Huntsville looking like the $1.49 4-pack of Bluebonnet butter smashed together. Your Honor, I'm here to prove that he is guilty on all charges, and I am confident that the jury will agree with me.
Okay, next we will have opening statements from the defense attorney, Miss California Cutie.
Good evening, Judge. Good evening, jurors. Good evening to the court. I am here as the defending attorney for my client, Maurice Scott, who is innocent for sure of not being melted butter. Let's start there. He's definitely nobody's stick of margarine, okay? It's just, the levels of things that we have to say about my client, Maurice. He's not margarine. He's more like the good butter, the English butter, Anywho, I'm sorry. It just made me upset, Judge. I'm so sorry. Anyway, my client, Maurice Scott, is innocent of keeping the bro code. He's also innocent of never overlapping with Kayawata and Kimmy. He's also innocent of always keeping a straight face when he's bending the truth a little bit because, like myself, he is an attorney. He's one of my attorney brothers. So, sometimes he bends the truth a little bit. It's just a little white lie sometimes. It's not quite, over the top like his brother. It's never that far. He's also innocent of being a supportive husband, especially during this time when his wife Kimmy had cancer, and now her cancer seems to be in remission. Hopefully, it disappears and they got it all out. And last but not least, he's definitely innocent of being the older brother that has to mentor his narcissistic, male chauvinist brothers. And in your courtroom today, Judge, I will prove my case.
The judge has specific instructions for the jury. Okay, I need you guys to strike from the record the fact that his wife was previously diagnosed with cancer, and she seems to be over it. The wife is not on trial, and California cutie, member of the bar, upstanding member of the bar. How dare you come in this courtroom and try to use his wife's cancer diagnosis as a sympathy plea for the court and jury? You will not get away with that. $5 million fine. $5 million fine.
I was simply stating that he was very supportive.
You were trying to get sympathy votes on the jury for your clients. All jurors, strike that from the record, please.
My apologies to the court.
Thank you. The court receives your apologies, but we would also like to see your $5 million fine. Don't be like Miss Tasha K saying you ain't got it. The court will allow you to sell T-shirts and post your videos to the community tab as retribution and payment. Thank you. These fines are steep in court. These fines are steep. All fines start at $350K. Okay, all fines start at $350K in this court, and they only rise, especially for the judge. The judge will find herself at some point in time tonight, I'm sure, because it's going to be ridiculous. Mace, go ahead with your opening for your case, please.
First of all, I would like to say Maurice, aka Mantequilla, he's a known liar. He's been lying for years. We have seen him say that he's not a stick of butter when we know obviously he is. He's melting as right before our eyes. We see him disintegrating. Right, every lie he tells, he melts a little more. And let's start off with that lie he told about the quarterback. Now, even his brother, if this man was not a lying stick of butter, would his brother come out and confirm the quarterback story? His own brother came out and confirmed this story. Now, he's been lying to Kimmy, and he's been lying to us, but most importantly, he's been lying to himself. We know that this man is a stick of butter, and he's walking around like he can't be melted. I employ the court to fine this man $1 million for impersonating a human being, knowing good and well he's a stick of butter, and that he's a lying stick of butter, a creeping stick of butter, an attention-seeking stick of butter, a cloud-reaching stick of butter. Just like he sat on a reunion and he was bringing up irrelevant points, trying to make himself relevant. We had to let him know, Mantequilla, you're not relevant. You're just not important. The only time you're going to be important when you're slathered over Wanda's potatoes. That will only make you relevant. Other than that, I suggest that he sits back, and I need the jury to agree. I'm sure that the jury will agree. I rest my case right now. I will pick up at further later notice.
Defense attorney, California cutie, what say you defense of your client?
Well, like I said before, he's not a liar. What happens is sometimes he's put in peculiar situations and it might look like a lie, but it's not. He's an attorney. He can't help that he knows how to speak, and sometimes his words seem like they're being doubled. That, that's just an attorney thing. It happens to me all the time. Happens to me all the time. So I understand why he could look like a liar. So I know for a fact he did not lie about or what they're accusing him about. There's just no way. He's an attorney at law. I mean, that itself says it all. And then as far as he's a victim, to be quite honest, Judge. He has to. He's the brother of Marceau. Let's just start there. His brother, I think, is on the docket as well. I'm not for sure, but I think his brother's on the docket as well. And for me, it's like I said before, he has bro code. There's certain things he cannot say. There's certain things he it's not about he's not saying it. He's just, it's not that he's lying. He's just withholding it. He's withholding it and he's waiting for the perfect moment. Now, as far as this picture is concerned and that he was there, like I said, it was he couldn't remember in the moment because remember, he's at the reunion. There's hot lights around him. There's people and he's under scrutiny and he's being asked all these questions and he couldn't remember that he was there and with the linebacker. He couldn't remember. He had a mental block, and sometimes that happens to the best of us. So for me, I don't understand why the prosecution don't understand how his brother brought up the picture. And that in that moment,
I object. Not only is her client reaching.
No. In that very moment. No, in that very moment.
Excuse me. Counselors, we will have order in this court. And Judge, your witness, your professional witness, or what you want to call it, she's trying to bias the jury because she's sitting here making all types of faces, shaking her head up and down, and she's doing a lot of things to sway the jury. So I really don't think that she should be doing that. And you, prosecutor,
I would like to object.
You need to wait until the judge recognizes you in the court, and then you can object. But until then, you have to mute, ma'am. Thank you.
May I continue, Judge?
I need to address the objection. What is the objection?
I object. I would like to bring this attorney up on for reaching. Not only is her client reaching, she's reaching as well. I don't know if they learned the reaching from each other or who taught who how to reach, but both of them are reaching right now.
I am going to allow the objection at this time. Go ahead, defense. But before the defense attorney, go ahead. Expert witness. I too noticed you making faces. You are supposed to be the expert witness. I expect you to conduct yourself with class and dignity as an officer of this courtroom. Okay, so with that being said, $12 million fine. Okay, and 5 months of community service, telling all the people in the world that you love them and you believe the children are the future. Go ahead.
I'll take my fine. I will, and I'll borrow the money from Bishop Limore because he didn't block me.
Okay. Go ahead.
Your Honor, that was a dig at your bailiff. Can you please give her another fine? That was a dig at me, and I'm only doing my job.
Well, I mean, you did bring it to the court's attention.
I was supposed to. That's my job. She doesn't get the right to bash me for doing my job, ma'am.
You are absolutely right, but we're going to make it, 6 months if telling everybody you believe the future or
Thank you.
Children are the future.
I just want to know that I matter. That's all. I just want to make sure that I matter. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, defense attorney.
So like I was saying, my client memory was jarred when the picture was maliciously put out there by his weird ass brother. Excuse my French. But yeah, and it was a failed attempt because Kimmy also, that was before her time. So nobody's worried about him being there with a linebacker. There's no guilt there other than him not remembering because he was with a linebacker. He can't remember that part. I'm sorry. And he was already doing his thuggism, and his wife was well aware of it. So he can't be guilty of that for sure. And I want to add again that I just find it really funny that I'm reaching and she's calling my client a stick of butter. But it's okay. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I get fined for reaching, but you get to call my client out of his name and call him a stick of melting butter. Okay, that the defense. I'll wait.
Okay. Now I will give each of you a chance to rebuttal. If the expert witness has anything to say from this case.
I do.
Okay. And are you testifying on behalf of the prosecution or the defense?
On behalf of the prosecution.
Of course
if you could bring up Judge, why is the bailiff talking to me like that? I didn't do nothing.
I didn't even say anything, Judge.
I'm going to ask everybody in this court that's an officer of this court to mind the court and be respectful. Okay? Because the next set of fines for anybody in this court that steps out of line, any officer of this court, will be 20 million plus.
Ooh.
You will be sentenced to also doing community service on the side of the road for 3 years, picking up trash with the prisoners. And you will also have to go to the jail to work the laundry, serve in the kitchen, and make the license plate for your prospective states that you are in. So I suggest everyone in this court stay out of line, because that will be the next judgment by the court.
Okay, Judge. If I may start.
Yes, you may start.
First up, he treats his wife like she's his mother. He has her cooking and cleaning and taking care of a child that she said she did not want to take care of because her child was grown and out of the house. He expects her to run the businesses. He got her to quit her nursing job to go into real estate with him and his brother, who is also on the docket this evening. He went to, and if you could, I have 2 pieces of evidence for what I'm about to bring up. I sent the pictures to you, Madam Judge. He went to Brigham School of Law. They have no accreditation. If you could please show the jury and the rest of, my officers of the courts, the evidence, if you would, please. And it's a quote from the school itself that says that they do not have not that way. That they do not have accreditation. They will not be applying for accreditation. Yes, no, BSL is not accredited by the ABA, nor do we anticipate applying to the ABA for future ABA accreditation. They're not an accredited law school. They allowed him to pass the bar, however. But most people want their lawyer to go to an accredited law school before taking the bar. If you could also show the picture of him being the valedictorian, standing next to said wife that he treats like his mother. Yes, on graduation day, he was the valedictorian of a school that still has no accreditation whatsoever. Moving on. He is the least relevant. It has been said on the reunion stage as of part 1 and part 2 when we got a recap. It has been said on the nightcap, but that has been canceled, and it's been said all over social media and by one of the officers, two of the officers of this court, that he is the least relevant on the show. He lied about being in Atlanta, and thus lying about being in Atlanta with the linebackers, not the quarterbacks, the linebackers. His brother, who is also up on the docket, once again, put out a picture to, catch the brother up on his lie. He has just recently used Kimmy's diagnosis of breast cancer to guilt everyone into basically letting him get away with a lot of things, and to allow the rest of the people on the show, except for one Melody S. Rogers, in the future, Nee Holt, everyone except her. Lied to Kimmy so much that she had to get an emotional support animal. We saw that emotional support dog once, and we've never seen the dog again. He gives long speeches. Everyone likes to say, I do 40 minutes. No, he does longer. He's the real Bishop Limemore. He started a fight down to Madani. If it was not for him letting Wanda out the back door, there would be no her running up on Mel trying to swing on her, and thus Miss Van having to move Mel out the way and step in front. He also started the fight with the men because he pushed one Martell Holt, who was, in an argument with his brother Marcel Scott, as both of those men are currently on the docket in this court. For the longest time, he would not take Kimmy on a honeymoon. It wasn't until Destiny Peyton Williams, gifted them a honeymoon that she actually got to go on the honeymoon. And then he also took her on another trip. So it wasn't by his own doing that she got to go on her honeymoon. It was by someone else's doing, because if the gift would not have been given, he would have not taken her. Where was I? Made Jalen work at Black. He convinced Jalen to work at Black and that it was a good opportunity, and was also trying to force said man out of town because he wanted it to be only him and his wife. He's always begging for sex from Kimmy, even though, as I stated before, he treats her like his mother, has her doing everything in the home, and he doesn't even romance her. He just expects her to pull down her pants and, get to it. Like, that's exactly how she expressed it. He pulls down her pants and expects her to just, lay there like a pillow princess and, just go ahead and have sex consensually, of course, because we all about consent. All about consent. Now, where was I? Made excuses for Wanda for what she said about one Sugar Mama Holt on social media and down to the Madani parking lot and the Madani store. Was making excuses down to the Madani for TV business only parking lot and on the reunion stage because it was Wanda was wrong, but it's all about protecting the kids. She was wrong, but Melody also said something. Made Tiffany cry, which is why he really should be he made Tiffany cry because she mentioned something about his son getting in trouble in school because her child also went to said school, and he would not forgive her until he saw her cry on the stage next to her husband as she was getting dragged on social media, getting dragged by everyone on said stage, productions, producers, Juan Carlos, King, and a little bit of her husband as well. And he made her cry. And he just sat there smirking at her as it happened. It was really sad. It was really sad. Said, well, as I get back to his brother about the Atlanta picture, told his brother, if I was to post a picture with a baby crib in it, you would understand exactly what I was saying. Insinuating that his brother possibly has an alleged outside baby, which then is just like, well, you're the least relevant trying to be relevant by trying to get your brother caught up in some stuff or trying to make it seem to us, the public, that he has a child, which we cannot confirm nor deny that is true. Went on Family Feud with his family and only got 88 points. And he is a lawyer. But then again, he went to an unaccredited law school. So we can't expect much. He also doesn't actually put the law degree to use. Because I looked it up. There is no... he passed the bar, but there is no online what his legal fees are, how much he charges an hour. There is no one mentioning how great of a lawyer he is. We actually don't know what type of lawyer he is. We don't know if he's a defense attorney. We don't know if he's a prosecutor. We don't know if he's a real estate attorney. We don't know if he's an attorney that works in, family court. We don't know what type of lawyer he is. He has a business called Credit One, and as the people on down to the Google reviews, most of them say that the business is fake, fraudulent, and they are calling the Better Business Bureau on them because their credit still hasn't been fixed, and it's giving very scam likely. That's what the people said down to the Google reviews. And if it pleases the court, or the audience of the court, not the jury, y'all can after this go take a look at that, because the people said it's giving very scam likely. The people also said he likes to ride around Huntsville in a sports car, almost causing accidents. Give me 1 second. Yes, he also likes to ride around Huntsville in his little sports car, almost causing accidents. And it's been a real hassle for those around who have businesses near Credit One. And also with said sports car, they said he has Credit One plastered all over the car. And I feel like that's very disrespectful to the car. And finally, before my last piece of evidence, this is second to last, he also started an awards, like an annual award called the Funky Diva Award. He did not get permission to use the name Funky Diva for the award, and he caused a big hoopla amongst the the YouTubers, specifically the reviewers, because he dealt away about one reviewer having a conversation on a Instagram live with one Melody Cherie Rogers, in the future Nee Holt. So he felt away, and because he can't get access to this reviewer's content because it's paid, you have to pay for it, he got upset and decided to have this award, and then proceeded to say that everyone is biased. They're always yelling, and so on and so forth. This award has no actual value, because there was no actual physical award. There was no certificate, no statue. Listen, he didn't even have a salt lamp to present to the people. He had nothing to present to the people. So really, it's a non-valued, raggedy award that does not exist, because it's not even recognized by the foreign Hollywood press. It's not. And finally, he is built like Blue Bonnet butter. He is built like Blue Bonnet stick of butter. This has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tablespoons in this. He is built like 8 tablespoons, a full stick of, hold on, where it at? So y'all can see. Blue Bonnet butter. Y'all see the Blue Bonnet? Y'all see the Blue Bonnet? Yes, you see the Blue Bonnet. He is built like the stick of butter. He's built like this stick of butter. He didn't even have a salt lamp to give to the people as an award. Judge, he is a menace. He must be stopped. He is the least relevant, and he was trying to be relevant by coming at the reviewers. And even if we don't look at all the videos of every single reviewer he mentioned, he is still irrelevant and built like 8 tablespoons, a full stick of Blue Bonnet butter. I just want you to know that, Judge. And I also want to remind you that he only got 88 points on Family Feud. You are supposed to be a lawyer, sir. You are a lawyer. How did you only get 88 points? I get that the rest of the team possibly didn't pull their weight, but 88 points? You're supposed to be the smart one. Judge, that's all I got for you. That's all I got.
Judge, may I add one thing?
Can I help you? Yes.
He also allowed Kimmy to walk out on that stage looking like a
Judge, I forgot that. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, ma'am. I was talking, ma'am. Please.
Sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry.
Like a striptease magician's assistant / Bride of Frankenstein / Lady of the Night. And I don't understand why he did not lift her breasts up for her. They were about to fall at the bottom of her dress. The dress was too tight. Somebody licked the side of her wig, and I still don't understand why they did that. So that too should be against him. I'm just saying, anybody that lets their wife go out with hair that somebody licked, it's no good in my book.
Judge,
yes.
I'm so sorry. I rested my evidence before I presented the last 2 pictures I sent you. One is a picture of his face, if it could be shown, if it pleases the court and the judge. Yes, do you see this man? Do you see this man? This man gives, I will mess up your pH balance. I will make you do all the work. I will force your son to work at my brother's restaurant to where he is so worn down that he cannot spend time with you because I don't want him to be in my house because I don't want grown men living in my home with me and my wife. He is giving, I'm a menace to society. It's giving, I want to be relevant. It is giving, I'm smiling just like this because really I have crazy behind my eyes. And if you marry me, I'm also going to, have you pay my full tuition because he had Kimmy paying his full tuition for college. I'm also going to be put on the mortgage of your home because I didn't even pay for it. I'm going to be put on the mortgage of your home as well. And Judge, if you could show the other picture of him and Kimmy at the reunion, if it pleases the court.
The judge forgot that piece of evidence did not get uploaded. Sorry, that was for another case. Don't look at that.
Okay, well, I could just tell the people because the bailiff also reminded me. He allowed his wife.
There it is.
This is the picture. As you can see, his wife looks like Herman Munster. She looks like Herman Munster, and he allowed her to come out on stage looking like that. Judge, if you could please bring down the picture so I can show the people a visual aspect of it. He allowed her to come out walking like this on stage. He didn't tell her that the outfit she had on was not flattering to the body and that shoulder pads were out. Shoulder pads went out in the 90s, really the 80s, but they went out in the 90s. He allowed her to come out moving like Herman Munster, and it's just giving that I don't care about my wife, Judge, because he has used her diagnosis to gaslight, manipulate, hoodwink, bamboozle, lead astray, trick, and manipulate all of us into feeling like he is more relevant than he is, that he is not this blue bonnet, 8 tablespoons, full stick of butter, that he is a good person, and Judge, he's not. He's not. And that is all my evidence.
Oh, God. Well, first of all, I want to find the judge. So the $21 million fine, the license plates, the picking up trash and the serving in the kitchen is assigned to the judge because I am supposed to be impartial, therefore should not have laughed at the People's Exhibit A12355D, which was the stick of butter. I should not have laughed at that. And so the fine goes to me. Defense attorney, I am going to let you go ahead with your closing statements.
First of all, I would like the stick of butter to be struck from the juror's vision, period. That's just I would love to have that just struck. I think that is like the kind of evidence that we don't need in this courtroom. It's making a mockery of your courtroom, actually, Judge. But I digress. So my client has been scammed from his school, right? So my client was scammed from his school, and that's his fault. But he passes the bar. Okay, that's funny. That's not his fault that he was scammed by a school that educated him enough to pass the bar. Doesn't matter if he's an attorney, which attorney he is. That he's an attorney is that all that matters for him and me. And then with Martell having a baby and cheating on his wife, and Marceau and his accusations about having a kid, getting a vasectomy after that, and cheating on his wife, his accusations and allegedly is about that. Of course, Maurice Scott is the least relevant on the show. Of course, that's a no-brainer. Tell us something we don't know. Okay, so that's how can he be guilty of that? That doesn't even make sense. My client's wife had an emotional dog, correct? And you haven't seen her since that episode that you saw of the dog. Yeah, that's because she didn't need it, because my client has done nothing but supported his wife. And I'm so afraid to speak on it because I got struck for talking about the way he treated his wife. And, I don't want to play on the jury's feelings, boy. You're tearing his whole character down about it, but I don't want to get in trouble. So I'm going to digress on that one as well. But we have never seen the damn dog again, because Kimmy really probably recognized that she didn't need the dog for emotional or any other reason. Can't afford the damn dog. That's what it was. Yes. He did in the melee hit Martell. Judge and jurors alike. I don't know who would not. I'm an older sibling. I am the eldest sibling. And I'm going to hit first, and I'm going to ask questions later. That's how I and any other older sibling would react. So guilty for protecting his younger brother? I think not. So that right there, I don't understand how anybody in their right mind would think he's guilty for protecting his brother. Yeah, we swing first and ask questions later. That's what we do. And as far as Jalen, his bonus son, is concerned, he has his well-being at heart. He wants him to prosper. He gave him a job in the family business. I don't understand, how can he be guilty of anything but doing right by Jalen? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what a bonus father does. I don't understand how he could be guilty about anything but helping his bonus son. And so you brought up the people. You brought up Kimmy's the gift that Kimmy got, right? You said the gift that Kimmy freaking got, right? So Kimmy got gifted a honeymoon trip, correct? And you're telling me this is Kimmy's gift? Who's she honeymooning with? Jesus? No. She's honeymooning with her husband, Maurice Scott. Okay? He's not guilty of doing anything. There's no scamming involved. He is on the honeymoon, gifted by his friend. I need y'all to get the fuck out of my face with that. Okay? And then you would bring up Tiffany Whitlow. You would bring up Tiffany Whitlow in the conniving way she brought up his son, vaping a very, very, very touchy, complex situation, issue, problem with the youth. And you think it was okay for Tiffany to bring that up, not knowing Maurice or Kimmy? You brought this up and you thought he wasn't gonna make her cry. She better be lucky he didn't break her neck. She better be lucky that she didn't get her neck broke. Because children are off limits. We all know this. And the last thing I have to say to the people, maybe not the last, because I might think of one more thing, because you know how the prosecution kept thinking stuff. I might think of something too. But Maurice clearly isn't a YouTuber. Clearly. And with that being said, he was out the kindness of his heart, trying to be cute, trying to be cute and things. Not a stick of butter, but trying to be cute. He's trying to, lend out support the same way, the same support that the YouTubers are giving him and his wife. So yes, I came up with the Funky Dineva Award, because Funky is the funkiest one in the YouTube world. Kudos to him, and the fact that my client, Maurice Scott, recognizes that. So he thought to make that the doggone award. No, he doesn't have no award to give, because he's working on it. He has to make it funky. He's working on it. Be patient. Okay? Patience is a virtue. Let's be clear. So no, he doesn't know about how the YouTube family works. He doesn't know how the YouTubers work. So he was giving it his best shot, a stab in the dark, an attorney thing that he does. Doesn't make him a liar. Makes him his opinion trying to be relevant. Why y'all trying to tell me my client is the least relevant? He's trying to make himself relevant in these YouTube streets. And the defense case rests on that alone.
I'm going to go ahead and sentence you to that same $21 million fine. Along with me, you will be picking up trash on the side of the road for the next 5 years, okay? Making license plates, working in the soup kitchen and the washateria of the prisons, along with me, right next to me, making the license plates, as you should not be cussing in your closing arguments.
That's my way of expressing myself, Judge. I'm so sorry.
Well, you're still fined.
Okay, and I will take that and I will pay it. But I'm not going to say, you might as well get ready, Judge, because I'm not going to say that will be my last time cussing. But if the court stenographer can strike that from the docket, from you typing, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Then this court will definitely be upgraded because all of these fines, child, we about to be $1 trillion court. Now, with that being said, I'm going to drop you for closing statements for the prosecution. Prosecution, you're on mute. We can't hear you. I think the martinis have kicked in.
No, I had to go. I had an allergy. Oh, God, attack. Whew. But in closing argument, I think I have proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Maurice is Mantequilla, and he's also a Mentarosa, and he's also a reacher. We can be clear how he even had his wife, Kimmy. She didn't even know she was a side chick. She's still living on that alleged lie that, I'm not a side chick. His ex-wife, Kawawa, whatever her name is, he was still with her allegedly while he was creeping off with Kimmy, in turn making her unknown, unbeknownst to her side chick. He's just making up stories. He has this alleged sex club going on at the Credit One place. Like, with credit, you get condoms and credit. What's going on here? It's just a lot going on. The quarterback situation, which we all know is true, because we can tell from his previous wife, he likes women of a broader shoulder. And he's just making up stories. And I want to just leave it at this right now, because I got to get prepared for the next case. But he's guilty. He's guilty of being butter. He's guilty of being a reacher. And he's guilty of being a liar.
And with that being said, I'm going to give instructions to the jury. I want you to each weigh the evidence that have been presented before you. Strike any evidence or statements that were biased towards the defense, okay? As well as the defense using, once again, the wife's sickness, okay, for pity points. She is not on trial here. And although we feel like he was not a good husband for letting his wife walk out in that dress, we're going to strike the comments about said dress from the record, because ultimately we all know a man cannot tell a woman what to wear. We're going to wear what the hell we want to wear, unless your name is one Tisha Scott. That was shade from the judge. But anyway, go ahead, jurors, and start making your jury deliberations. Okay, we want to see some deliberations going on in the comments. I need all jurors. Okay, 1 for guilty, 2 for not guilty. Madam Foreman, once I see the 1s and 2s in the chat, okay, I will drop a link. It is only for the foreman, who is Barb Meets World. For you to come up, you do not have to have your camera on, okay? As this is virtual recording, we know what you look like. Unless, you're camera ready, then you can cut your camera on and deliver the verdict, okay? 1 for guilty, 2 for not guilty. Okay, now we're going to bring everyone back in the court. As I see the jurors' deliberations have ended. Okay. Here today. Oh, why do I hear echo? Here today in this court of law, we have tried, one Maurice Margarine Scott. Okay, for those who were late coming into the courts, we will assess $350,000 fines to you all, as the court has noticed, who came in late, so we know exactly who you are. And for those who did not know what he was on trial for, he was on trial for wanting to be relevant, okay, as well as looking like a stick of margarine.
4 sticks, Your Honor. 4 sticks smashed together.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Shirley. Thank you. Appreciate you.
4 sticks smashed together. Madam Foreman, did you see the link? Yes, she did. Okay, so let me get the court docket off the screen. Madam Foreman, have you all reached the verdict? Madam Foreman, are you there?
I am here, Judge.
Have you all reached the verdict?
Let me check the comments.
Oh, the foreman just dropped out.
And Judge, I would also like to put on the record that Blue Bonnet butter is no longer $1.49 a box. They're all $2.09. The price of inflation has risen.
It did go up with the eggs. It did go up with the eggs.
Exactly right. That's what I paid for, $2.09.
I would also like to add, Judge, that just proves that he is cheap, and irrelevant. Cheap and irrelevant.
No, God, not cheap and irrelevant.
Just so sad. Cheap and irrelevant.
I can't believe it's not butter. Okay.
Okay, we're back in the courtroom. Please have some decorum. Please have some decorations. Thank you.
Okay. So, Madam Foreman, have you found you come to a verdict?
Are you on mute?
You're on mute, Madam Foreman. Madam Foreman, you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We could.
Real good. We could hear you that down.
Well, it's not muted. What is the verdict?
And
Can you hear me?
Is this a unanimous verdict? Is the question we didn't ask.
Excuse me, Bailiff. You're not doing the job of the
Yes, it
judge.
is unanimous vote.
Okay. And what is the verdict? I believe you're dropping out. My foreman must be having technical difficulties. If you want to type it in the chat, we can announce the verdict for you. I don't know what the verdict is.
Fines to the judge by himself.
Judge, I don't believe that the defense could try to find you. Is that possible?
Girl, I done already find myself 21 million.
She ain't got no more money to give tonight.
And I'm doing 5 years of community service.
Right, no, I said you don't have any more money to give tonight. You
Judge,
broke the bank.
One Kimmy Nicole in the chat said it's the power of the silverback.
I believe so. Yes. Madam Foreman, you're back.
Not the power of the silverback. What?
I'm back, Judge.
Okay. Sorry. What is the verdict?
We've reached a verdict. So we, the people of the jury, we're gonna have to side against the accused. We find him guilty.
Okay. You find him guilty. Thank you, Madam Foreman, for doing the work of the court. We appreciate you on this good day today. And now it is time for me to render my sentencing. Thank you so much. We'll have you back for the next case.
You're welcome, Judge. I'll be there.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion? Can we please sentence him to 5 years in a butter dish?
What?
May I also make a suggestion? Can we also sentence him to go back and do school all over again to an accredited school? And when I say school, I mean I need him to
pass the bar. He passed the bar. Why do we do that?
We can't do.
That's backwards. We're not doing that.
I need him
Judge,
to start.
You go on and give the
him to start.
And you get the sentence so we can get on. I already lost my damn.
Can we stop over talking each other? Thank you, Judge. The only person we need to hear from right now is the judge. Thank you, everyone.
Well, the court has already, Mama Reed's, the foreman has just come up and gave the decision of the judge. Of the jurors. Okay, so ICDC Law School, no God, Jesus. Y'all gonna let ICDC don't have nothing to do with this. It's J-Dub's $350,000 fine for dragging ICDC.
Where is ICD at?
ICDC has closed when one Little Romeo stopped making commercials for their campus. Okay. It is this judge's decision that sentencing will go as this. The wee little stick of margarine will be sentenced to never giving out another award, never trying to be relevant, as he has no storyline, as he has nothing going on. Okay, he has nothing going on. We sentence him to stop trying to project as if he's important when he's the least important of anybody. Okay, we need you to draw us into something that you have going on, which there is none. As far as him returning to law school, I cannot sentence him to that, being that he lives in a state that does not require you to go to an accredited law school, which is crazy to me because to practice law, you should definitely have to go to law school. But he lives in a state that does not require him to go to an accredited law school. Long as he passes the bar, he can practice it. He can practice law within his state. So with that being said, he followed the state's law rules. So he can practice in the state of Alabama. I do, however, sentence him to learn how to lie better if he's going to be a liar, because nothing that he says is believable.
He's definitely no Phaedra. He is no Phaedra Park.
Interrupt me, ma'am. You too, Council Mace, will be pressing license plates with us, okay, at this point, okay? Do not interrupt me during my sentencing. I also sentence him to get better suits if he wants to claim that he's such a businessman. I need him not to look like he's walking out the suit department at the thrift store, okay? I want him to at least look like he's been to Marshall's, Ross, TJ Maxx, or hell, even Burlington at this point. Okay, I want him to not look so droopy dog behind the eyes, and I want him to either 100% stand on bro code or 100% tell it all, because just letting it out in bits and pieces, the people is tired of it. This case is closed.
That is closed. I just want to say, Princess, I was going to say that, but because I didn't want to get fined in Nola Reed's the judge court, I didn't say that. But I was thinking the same thing. If Kim K can do it, then why he can't? But that's okay because he's guilty. He's guilty. All right, whatever.
So also point,
Princess, you are fined to $5 million, and I hold you
in
court because
court is over.
Ma'am, the judge is talking.
Kardashians in this court, okay? We do not like them. We do not respect them. Love 7829D. You are also followed with the $5 million fine and contempt of court as well. We do not discuss the Kardashians in this court. Any mention of them is $5 million up and up. A second mention doubles the fine to $10 million. A third mention of them triples it to $15 million. Okay, and then after that, after 3 times, a fourth time, you will be sentenced to $60 million community service and contempt of court. Okay, we do not mention the Trashians and their cursed voodoo coochie in this court.
Judge
Monique, because you love to troll, I'm automatically sentencing you to a $90 million fine. Troll, I suggest you start crowdsourcing, okay, because the court, we want our money, okay? We want our money. $90 million fines. And for you loving them, okay, when they want to do nothing but be like you. They want to steal your body. They would wear your skin if they could, okay? So for that, $90 million fine, okay, $90 million fine, and you too are sentenced to working in the prison washateria, okay, and you have to wash all the underwear with the skid marks for that comment.
Judge,
yes,
I do not respect you. You know my heart, Judge. I don't respect the Kardashians. I would also like to add two things. Two things. One, she's not actually practicing law and freeing Black people. She has 2 Black ladies. She's just the figurehead of everything. She's not actually practicing law and freeing the Black people. It's 2 Black women freeing the Black people. Also, I know we said we would not mention them in this court. However, there has been some information that has come out about when thou who should not be named, when she had flour poured on her head, that it was a setup, it was a scheme, it was set up by the bishop, and that she called the police and hired the Black lady who poured the flour on her, and also blamed PETA for it, and PETA got in trouble. Yes, Judge. So just in case you ever want to bring her up on the docket, that's if you want to do it. You know that she set that entire thing up, and her publicist or former publicist, sprayed all the information, Judge.
Child.
And also the
Black people was trash.
Also, the Black lady had 7 police officers on her when they arrested her that day.
Isn't it crazy?
Those are some evil witches. I'm telling you.
Black lady, but let's digress from there. Next up on the docket.
Next case that we will be bringing is, I can't see the bottom, man.
Carlos King.
I know the picture. I couldn't see the rest of the word. Thank you. The next one to come to this court for he just ought to be guilty, but it is the messiest Mitch alive, aka Queen Carlos, aka King Carlos, aka Carlos King.
Prosecution, go ahead with their opening statement.
I would like to bring charges on Carlos King, my 5th cousin, allegedly, for being the messiest, backpedaling, coochie popping Mitch on that stage during that reunion. Now, Carlos seemed like he wanted to just provoke the mess. He wanted to like reel you in and take you back, reel you in and take you back. He was doing a lot of messy activity there. And I'm here to prove that he's not king of reality. He's king of messy. All right, defense.
Excuse me. Well, I'm here to prove that my client, Carlos the King, like Martin Luther, the King, Carlos the King, is innocent. He could not ever be the messiest Mitch alive, not ever. He's the one that is bringing all the good content that we observe. So how could he be the messiest of one of all? And if it's messy, then how could it be wrong? I just don't understand why my client is on the docket today. I really cannot understand why my client, Carlos the King, is on the docket. I mean, I'm gonna prove my case. I'm gonna definitely prove my case that he could never be ill-willed, shady, messy, when all he wants to do is bring good, fun content with a hint. I hope I said that right. With a hint. And when I say a hint, I'm talking about a smidge of the shade. Messy, those would be his cast members. That would not be my client, Carlos. And I will defend him to the end of this earth. And I will prove him to be innocent today in your courtroom judgment reads.
Thank you so much. Now, before we proceed with this case, it has been brought to my attention. And when I mean brought to my attention, I'm reading the comments. So the court will find everyone who has mentioned other said content creator name up in here that I will not name that starts with an M. Everyone is fined $30 million, okay, for disrespecting the court. We will not discuss another content creator in here, especially that content creator, because that name mentioned on my channel can open up a whole big old can of worms. So let's not, you know what I'm saying? Let's not name them. But another, I just don't do that. We don't talk about content creators. Okay. So let's not mention those names in here. If you're going to talk about somebody, don't use some synonyms, some adjectives, something, but do not directly name them, because I don't want to have to be cussing nobody out and getting into no beefs with nobody. Prosecution, go ahead and start with your case.
Okay, first off, I would like to bring up the fact that Carlos has been extremely messy, especially around the reunion times. He has actually put Melody, I think, has he gassed Melody head up to think that she's the queen of all things? I think he is gassing Mel's head up, allowing her to come in there with a team, and just being really mixy and bringing up mess and just really creating a hostile environment for these people to work. He's having side phone calls. He's putting people against each other. He's on the phone, and then he's saying that he wasn't on the phone. He's saying that he let Martell know certain things, and why didn't Martell call him if Martell was upset? Look, you are the producer. You are not supposed to be in the mix on the phone with these people. He was on the phone trying to get reactions from Sheree so he can be messy. It's just a whole mess. I think Carlos is the king of mess. And I think everyone knows that. especially how he makes it seems like he's making up these stories and everyone doesn't remember everything. Melly D didn't remember speaking to him. Martell remembered speaking to him, but didn't. It's just a lot of mess going on. I'm confused about the whole thing. I watched the show and I didn't know what was going on from Carlos King's mouth because it was a bunch of mess. But as the mess, I'm going to rest.
Is that a rest?
She's
yes,
resting.
I'm resting because I'm getting flustered.
She's resting on her resting bitch face right now.
We have the heat on hell in my apartment, and I can't turn my ear on because it gives the feedback. So I'm a little. If I pass out, y'all, just call 911. All right.
Use that beautiful thing. Use that beautiful thing.
Please do not pass out in the court. Court. Okay. Defense attorney.
The heat is on. The heat's hot.
Judge, I do believe the defense have sent you a picture of my client. Kind of, I sent you a couple, but the one I want you to put up is the confused look. There's a look of confusion, and I need you to put that up for me if you can.
Your client looking confused?
Yes.
That's a look a mess.
Is this the picture?
No, that would probably be the expert witness, I'm sure. It's him at the reunion, Judge. It's him at the reunion standing by himself. And I understand the judge was late in her own time, in her own right, so she may or may not have all the evidence that was sent to her. And I will.
I don't have that one. I don't have that one. I apologize.
I sent it through your. So anywho,
you sent it on my phone or the iTunes, please.
No. So here's my thing. My client is innocent. He is the producer of the show. He has to keep all the cast members. We have to keep all the cast members happy, right? And not only that, he also has to be the confidant. Like, he has to hear everybody's opinions, gripes, whatever pertains to the show. He has to hear all that. On top of, he has to hear the people in YouTube land, in IG land, and anybody that has an opinion. He has to, kind of appease them as well. He's a producer, and to his defense, he cares about the cast. Hence, we would not be watching. Hence, it would be not even relevant. So for me, I don't feel that he could be guilty of trying to make his show better and not hear all the opinions of everyone in the world that watches the show. He couldn't be guilty of that. And for the most part, just like the prosecution said, first it was Mel. She was happy. They was chummy, elbow to elbow, cool. And then in the next season, it looks like he's talking more to Martell, and he's talking more to the Scotts, and and not chummy with with Mel, and that's fine. Different seasons calls for different things, so it might look to us as onlookers as if he's playing both sides or he's doing too much, but again, he's the producer. Can't be guilty of that. He also cannot be guilty because, like my first point, the cast members are buttering him up, and you can tell. You can tell when he's good and chummy with one and when he's not. You can tell. You can hence the energy that Mel was giving him. She was not chummy with him. Hence, Tisha opened up and thought it was cool to call Mel, Mr. T. She felt comfortable enough.
Sorry,
so,
one second, guys. Nola, can you check the private chat for a second?
Yes.
So, just with that being said, he can't be guilty of being biased. He is just trying to make a good show and make sure that his cast members are good. And then also, I don't know if anybody understands, but he also broke the record on New Year's Eve for having the best record on New Year's Eve for his episode. Like that was the best rating on the episodes, and that's kind of unheard of when people go out. So while people are trying to really come for my client, he is not only making us smile, laugh, entertain. He's doing the numbers, babe. Hollywood, babe. Atlanta, babe. He's doing the numbers. So while I understand where the prosecution and the people are coming from, it really can't come for the production and the person that's producing those shows. Now, if the prosecutor has something else they want to present, I'm sure I'll have a defense for that as well. But I'm not gonna put out no defense for something you haven't brought up. So good luck.
Expert witness. Hey DT, how are you? That was rough. That was rough defense. You was trying. Expert witness, do you have testimony?
I do. In favor of the prosecution. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Let me get my notes ready. As a witness and ratings report. Oh my God. Are you here for the prosecution or the defense?
For the prosecution, Judge. If it pleases the judge, before I get down to my written evidence, I sent you 3 pictures. If you could bring up the picture with him and his arms going like this. If you could see me, his arms are like this. First of all, he wears loud suits. He really does. This happens to be one of said loud suits. This suit is glitter. If y'all didn't know, y'all thought it maybe, what is that, velvet? No, that's not velvet. That is glitter. It is glitter. Glitter on the suit, glitter on the vest. If he had a cummerbund, he probably would have had a glitter one too. And the bow tie is velvet. And he has a crown on because, you know, he calls himself the King because his last name is King. Judge, if you could show the picture without him, without the beard. Oh, wait, hold on. Back to the suit, please. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Judge. Back to the suit. This is not the only suit, but this is the first one I saw that was very loud. He also had on a sequin suit that was like one of those pillows you find down to the local Walmart or the Target, where you put your hands on it and you bring it down on one side is one color sequence, and then you pull it back up, it's another color. So on one side it was black, on the other side it was multicolor. He also had on a turquoise suit, like the color of my background. He's also had on an emerald suit. And on this season, he had on a suit that looked like, well, not on the season, on this reunion, he had on a suit that looked like it was supposed to be the drapery and the carpet of a funeral home. But moving on to the picture of him without a beard or a mustache or any facial hair. Yes. Also, he's a known catfish because who is this person? That is not Carlos King. You will not convince me that that's Carlos King. Maybe the painted on hairline will convince me that this is Carlos King, but I don't believe it because where's the suit? Where's the tank top? He is known for having a tank top on. Yes, he is with the thick straps. A tank top with the thick straps. Yeah, y'all seen them before. Thick strap tank top, and it, like, I can't even tell you what the neckline is given, but the tank top with the thick straps. I don't know this man. The Carlos King I know never wears a sweater. He's always in a loud suit or a thick strap tank top. Can we please see the picture of him with the beard? Carlos Kang, we know. The other person was Carlos. This person is Carnos, as the people like to call him, or the Kang. I don't know who the previous man is. I know this man. The painted on hairline, the facial hair, the smiling, it's giving very devious. I'm about to go do something. I'm about to go ruin some lives. I'm about to go do something. Okay, I know this Carlos. I don't know the other one. So he's a catfish. Okay, that was all for visual evidence. Now to the written evidence. He allows the cast, the editors, and himself to drag one Melody S. Rogers, in the future, Nee Holtz. He allowed Tisha to make the comment. Judge, the picture is still up. He allowed, not that picture. He allowed.
We're done presenting the evidence.
Yeah, we're done presenting visual evidence. He allowed Tisha, as he was going around talking to all the cast members as they were getting ready for the reunion, he allowed her to make the Mr. T comment unprovoked, unwarranted, and laughed about it and kikied with all the people in the room. One infraction that we just recently found out about, as Mel pulled up to, as it was stated by the prosecution, she had a team, and she had her team, and she has a car service that she always uses when she goes to LA, and this has been since she started going to LA. I'm not sure if it was before the show, during the show, but she's always used this car service. She pulled up in 2 big black SUVs with her team, because she did have the team with her, and he sent production to ask her car service, not Mel personally, her car service, the driver, if he would allow himself to be filmed, allowing the rest of the cast to get out of the SUVs. Mel said no. They continued to go behind her back because the driver texted her and asked her. She said no. They offered the driver money. She still said no. And, the reason why he wanted them in her SUVs is because OWN does not actually provide them any car services to and from anywhere in LA, not even the reunion set. They do not pay for that. It is left up to you. Mel had a car service. Kiki, Jabbar, that we saw on the stage this reunion, she had rented herself a car. The rest of them pulled up in Ubers, not Uber Black. I think it was Uber Pool. I think that's what it was. I think it was Uber Pool. Or I think it was like a regular Uber, and I think it was like a Nissan Maximum. No, it was not. It was a Toyota Camry, circa 1998, champagne color. They pulled up in those cars, and he asked production to go and ask the car service to use her cars. On top of that, because she said no, they did film a little piece of Marcel, who's up on the docket tonight. They filmed a piece of him lifting his wife up out of the car before, Mel brought the axe down and said no completely. And this led to her being cussed out by the rest of the cast because she would not allow them to use her car service, per Carlos King, prompting producers to go ask on his behalf. He believes, as of recently, that Erica Mena deserves an Emmy for her acting. I believe that he is very delusional. I'm not saying she can't act. It's just not Emmy Award winning. It's giving very much stick to what you do, honey. It is. He wants to be Andy Cohen so bad. Even though he lies and says he doesn't, he wants to. Because that's why he created the nightcap. He had the nightcap because Andy Cohen had watched What Happens Live. And as we saw, the nightcap did not last. He wants to be Andy Cohen very badly. He stole and sold the rights to the Escape Life story. He would then take it a step further to call Mother Joyce, or previously as we know her as Mama Joyce, Candy Burris' mother, to get information on the group. She did not give information, but that is what he did. And when Candy Burris Tucker told the world what he did, he hit back with shady, messy comments. Yes, he did. He keeps creating shows that are not well fleshed out. He does not actually work the shows out completely. So the shows come to us eventually as a big mess. There is no clear source map of where the show is going to go, where they're going to take it, what the storylines are. It's just a big cluster muck, if you would call it. Yes. I've already said he wears very, very loud suits. He ignores that he reached out. He ignores those that reached out to help. That he reached out to as his show's premiere. On social media to promote the shows. And once the shows become a success off the back of those people, he then ignores them and talks to and brings people on the shows that did not promote his show whatsoever and currently no longer review his shows whatsoever. He allows the Scotts to get away with not sharing anything about their lives. He has made a deal with them not to talk about anything that pertains to cheating or anything else whatsoever that would have us bring down the hammer and the axe on them like we do everyone else as we give reviews and talk about them. Now, where was I? He allowed Mark Scott, also known as the Silverback, on the show. He ultimately made the decision. He was the final decision factor amongst all the producers to bring Mark Scott on the show, which caused the people to call for something, but it really didn't work out. But he made the decision to bring on Mark Scott on the show, and no one wanted that. No one wanted that. He ruined Hollywood Divas. If he would have done his job like he was supposed to, if he would have fleshed out his shows like he was supposed to, if he would have had an active storyline, knew where the storyline was going, then Hollywood Divas wouldn't have been canceled by TV One and would be on all streaming platforms as of lately. He subjected all of us to one Keely Williams as we got the Encore, which is supposed to be coming back, but that's not completely fleshed out either, so we will see how that works out. But he subjected us to Keely Williams and her terrible singing and her wanting to be the queen bee of everyone. He also subjected us to Cat Lady 2.0, as I call her, but she is also known as Aubrey O'Day, and all of her white lady tears and white lady isms. Yes, her Karenisms. He subjected us to all of that. He agreed with Gizzard Neck on whatever she said on his podcast about Dr. Wendy Osefo. I'm sorry, Dr. Wendy Osefo, Dr. Wendy Osefo. And then when he got around one Dr. Wendy Osefo and one Candace Dillard Bassett, he then changed his tune. So he's very flip-floppy. He doesn't actually believe what he says. He blows wherever the wind goes. He's blowing in the wind. He blows in the wind wherever the wind goes. He goes wherever anyone is going to stroke his ego, and whoever he's talking to in that moment, that's who he agrees with. He allowed one Robin Dixon to say that Sharice repossessed Champagne Room, I don't know her last name, was the Grande Dame of Potomac. Well, we all know she's not. Yes, he allowed her to say that on his platform. He called one Ariane Curry, the whole restaurant, to take a dig at Mel, who always sits next to him at all the reunions, as a way to try to diminish her shine, her light, and, her confidence by calling her ex-husband's former mistress turned mother of his child the whole restaurant. No. Yes, he did that. He said that Jamie from Love and Marriage DC and one Martell Holt from this show were the best dressed, when we all know that is not the truth. I will get into why one Martell Holt, who is on the docket tonight, is not the best dressed. We will get into that, but we're not talking about him right now. And let's see, is there anything else? He also believes that he was the end all be all. He was the best producer for the Real Housewives of Atlanta, that they would be nowhere without him, that he is the best to ever do it. He will continue to push out lackluster shows and force us to watch them. Currently, they are almost finished filming this sixth season or season 5. We don't know because he's trying to push the syndication. That's another thing. He's trying so hard to get the syndication because, once you get to syndication, that's 100 episodes for the folks that don't know. Then you could start making residuals. Then you could start, selling the show off to different, networks and stations to air it. So, if you don't have cable, you might see Love and Marriage Huntsville on your local channel. Channel 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 41, 52, 62, your local stations. Bounce TV is now on cable, but guarantee he will sell Love and Marriage Huntsville to Bounce TV if it suits him. He'd probably sell Love and Marriage Huntsville to WeTV if it suited him. And he could still not tell us what I believe her name is Letitia. I believe it's Letitia down to Bell Collective. Why she hosts these brunches, because we never know what's going on. We never understand what's going on. I believe it's just a money grab. She's just grabbing for money. She's just, hold on. She's just, you hear that? She's just grabbing for money. She's collecting change. She's going for money. Okay. And she allowed one Marie Monroe, because we call her Marie Monroe because she came with the blonde finger waves, with the jewels in it, giving very much Nancy Jones off of Love and Hip Hop, the Family Reunion. He allowed one Marie Monroe, and he filmed it, and he enjoyed it too, to allow her mother to come on the screen to say, I was on drugs. He did that. He did that. And that is why Carlos King is a catfish. He's shady. He wears loud suits. And ultimately, he brings us shows that raise our pressure, that get us upset, and cause everyone to lose their minds and get into fights. And I rest. That is all my evidence.
Are you sure?
Yes. That's all the evidence I have, Judge.
Did everybody fall off? Did everybody fall off? What's going on?
I didn't realize I was muted. $300 million fine for the judge for not being coherent in her own court. I didn't realize I was muted, and I said, go ahead with your closing statement.
In closing, I believe that we have proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Carlos King is a messy king, or he's the king of the mess, for the simple reasons that he does want to be Andy Cohen. He is sitting there trying to be Carlos No Man. He is out of control with this. Do you notice that he's always interviewing all the Bravo celebrities? He's barely interviewing his people from his shows. He wants to dig his way back in, and he wants to steal Andy Cohen's spot because he's messy. He's trying to be the black Andy Cohen, but it's not going to work. We're on to you, Carlos. We see what you're trying to do. You're trying to maneuver and creep your way right back into Bravo's good graces. Wasn't Carlos the one who stole Escape Life Story, allegedly? Candy wants justice. We want justice. The whole damn reality TV world wants justice. And I believe we're going to get it here today. And I want you, the jury, to vote in my favor by sending Carlos to messy jail. And I rest my case.
Oh crap! I gotta stop hitting this mute button, okay? It's not working. I'm talking to my children in the background. This is what happened when you're coming off of the pandemic, and child, you're used to muting the court. But with that being said, we will now have closing statements from the defense.
Y'all get ready for this roller coaster ride. Y'all know how I do. So, closing remarks from the defense is, my client, Carlos the King, how can I start off? His outfits are not being prosecuted. Let's start with that. His outfits always look good on him. That's not a party foul. So I don't understand. Don't be mad because he looks better in his suits than the decorations on the walls. That's not his fault. That's just this. That's not a crime, and you can't hold his feet to that. Stop it. And the turquoise suit, trust, my favorite color is turquoise. He killed in the suit. Trust me, he killed. It's not my fault that all of us cannot be fashion designers, have an eye for fashion, or even step outside the box. Like I said, not a crime. She brought up the people brought up the fact about his beard. Yes, the beard was fly because my client can get fly. Was it his fault that he needed to exfoliate the skin underneath the beard? No, it was not. Take the beard off, went butt face, because sometimes you have to do that to exfoliate the skin correctly. No fault of his. No fault of his. And for me, the expert witness is really reaching beyond the supernovas, beyond Pluto, which is now a star. You know what I mean? It's not even a planet no more. It's a star. You're reaching that far. Okay, I need you not to do that. What else? As far as him going in there and letting Tisha make her comfortable enough to not want to sit on the panel and cry like she does all the time, he let her, feel free enough to sit and say, that male looked like Mr. T, and he laughed. It was funny, especially when they reverted back to the chains. Let me pull my other chain out so I can look like Mr. T too. Let me do that, because let's see how funny it is. Is this funny? Oh, the Mr. T chains and stuff. This is funny. No crime in him letting her make a fool of herself. There's no crime, no foul. And then he already flew the cast out to California. Now you want him to, now he needs to get an Uber or a limousine driver or whomever to get you. He probably put you walking distance to the studio. I'm sure you guys could have walked. What's the problem here? You got a free trip? Enjoy your free trip. And as far as Erica Mena getting an award, an opinion. So now we're going to be guilty for having an opinion. I just don't understand how you could be guilty for having an opinion. I just don't get that. And then here we are. So Carlos the King is known for producing all the beautiful shows that the prosecution expert witness brought to the table. R&B divas, Bell Collective, which is one of my faves. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Excuse my French. I don't know what the heck she's talking about any of it, because I enjoy both season 1 and 2. R&B divas sang. LA, Atlanta, whomever. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the other show that was with our old school R&B divas. It wasn't called R&B divas. I can't think right now because I've been drinking a little bit. That's not here nor there. And please, jurors, strike that from even hearing that. I was parched. But I'm saying it, say he brought to the table all these good shows. And you guys, the people, the prosecution, are mad because he took this little bitty group called Escape. From the 90s. Little bitty group. Just kick it. Just kick it. Just, you know, the little group. Little, small group. So you guys are mad that he does what he does best and produces a show. Yeah, he didn't ask Candy in them because he knows what direction he wants to go with his production. Still not a crime. How many Whitney Houston movies have we saw? How many TLC movies have we seen? How many Bobby Brown? How many Elvis movies? How many movies have we? So he's guilty for doing what he does, and everyone's in an uproar because he didn't let the little bitty group escape. No. My eyes itching because y'all know I don't believe that shit. Excuse that. Strike that from the comments. Anywho, he was well within his limits of doing the production of Escape's little bitty group. That's all I'm saying. And everyone knows that Hollywood is cutthroat. And Black Hollywood is no different. It's no different. Let's be clear. Black Hollywood is no different. And as far as bringing that narcissistic male chauvinist named Mark Scott back to the fact that Carlos King, the Kane, knew the numbers was going to rise. This is what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to bring the Wandas, her brother, everybody from the other side of the track. He's supposed to exploit them if they want to exploit themselves. It's called good TV. Is he guilty for that? I think not. It just pains me to know that he's being accused of being a successful producer. All I'm saying is we all have enjoyed his shows. We've all laughed and kikied. We enjoy his podcast. Where's the guilt in that? The defense rests in that. My client is not guilty of doing anything but being a producer of television.
I must say, I have been feeling very sorry for the prosecution tonight. I mean, the defense, because you done had some hard time defending these people. We want to say rest in peace to Lisa Marie Presley. I'm finding out through the chat that she has.
Yes, rest in
I
peace.
just mentioned her father. I'm so sorry. Oh, rest in peace.
Wow, and wait, someone say Miss Bernice. What?
Not Miss Bernice. They said yes, Miss Bernice. I was telling her yes. They just heard.
Okay, because they don't forget me.
Girl, the court will be adjourned.
Judge, you need to find her. You need to find the prosecutor.
No, because it says right here. She said
without Auntie Bernice. We don't know.
No, because it said Miss Bernice, and us don't say that.
Find her ass, Judge. Find her.
Real quick, can I grace the court?
Looked if she hadn't seen the previous comments.
Yeah, because you know I can't. I just saw the thing. I'm like, wait.
Had on her glasses. It's okay, and I know she been on the teenies. So with that being said, we're going to give a moment of silence for Miss Presley. Okay, moment over, jury. I need you to deliberate.
Before they deliberate, I just have one more thing to say because Deb brought this up, and I would like to grace the courtroom with a hymn or a song about Huntsville. Wait, I need to really get into artist mode.
Oh God, not a song about Huntsville. This court is out of order.
It's the show that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. We started watching it, not knowing what it was, and now we're all addicted because Carlos King is messy. It's the show that doesn't end. It goes on and on, my friend. Some people, oh my God, my vibrator turned back on. Wait. Some people started singing, watching it, not knowing what it was. Now we can't stop watching it because we're addicted because it's the show that never crescendo ends.
Did she say her vibrator cut on?
Oh, I like to rock the mic for real.
It's like a campfire song. It's a song that never ends.
Is that actually your vibrator? I have
well,
questions.
it's allegedly one, but I don't use it for those purposes.
I don't believe you.
You see how strong it is?
Judge.
Judge, we need fines.
No, this is for my neck.
Okay, that's what they said. She said my vibrator cut on.
Her song was like the campfire song. It's a show that never ends. The campfire song is the song that never ends.
Listen,
no, we talking about this vibrator right now.
Finding the prosecutor $300 million for using her vibrator as a microphone, and now she's sitting there.
I knew I wasn't crazy.
$300 million and you.
Judge, you can't find me for rocking the mic right. You got
that is definitely a fine.
Yeah, what is Mace?
Okay, jurors, I need y'all to strike all of that from the record. Okay, strike all of that from the record. It is now time to deliberate. Okay. And with that deliberation, we need to know.
I don't got nothing on Jill Scott.
We need to know. Guilty or innocent, is Carlos King the messiest Mitch of live? Jurors, 1 in the chat for guilty, 2 in the chat for innocent. I need to see. Are we getting 1s and 2s in the chat?
Uh-oh. I see some 2s. My defense is working.
1 for guilty, 2 for not guilty.
Judge,
you're
on the jury, Judge?
I'm reminding the jurors. Are you questioning me?
Okay. I'm asking. It sure look biased.
The jurors is 1 for guilty, 2 for not guilty.
I don't see guilty next to your 1. I just see 1.
Yeah, just say 1. That's all I'm saying. That's why I was asking.
I ain't write nothing.
It's my point. You put 1 like
that's why I asked for you on the jury.
You're being biased.
I didn't type anything. What are
y'all? It's a 1 beside your name, sis. That's why I asked.
I want to my whole name.
Your name. You don't even know the
George Judge, there is a 1 beside your name in the chat. Now I don't know if you were running it or if the
Oh, you know what? Then that's Nola Reese with 1 with 3 Z's though. So that's somebody else, I think.
That ain't me because
that's 4 Z's.
Nope, that's 4 Z's.
That's 4 Z's, and that's our judge. Her picture is right beside.
Might be on my page. I'm not voting.
Judge, are the children running the YouTube?
There's 1.
They may be. Yeah, because I didn't vote on anything.
Are the cousins running the YouTube? Because they may have.
It's probably the cousins.
I see 2. Okay, I just see. That's why I was saying that.
No, because the judges.
That's Carlos. That ain't nobody but Carlos. Carlos done
Barb said
hacked his way in the
Barb.
chat.
It was Barb. It was Barb.
Oh, okay, it was Barb. I'm about to say I know it wasn't me.
It was Carlos.
Oh, okay.
And I want to say thank you, DT, for becoming a member of the channel.
Hey,
DT. Love it.
That was okay. I was saying no. I didn't type anything. I am not that impartial. All right, catch the replay. All right. So, do we have a verdict? Wait, I love something 829 said that wasn't the mic. No.
Oh my God, but it does feel good. Like,
you know what?
You gonna get that 300 million together, sis.
Oh my God, this is great for the neck, like in the shoulder area.
Yes, and this right here, I was saying guilty to Mace for using vibrator.
Yes.
All right. Do the jury have a verdict?
We need these ones.
Madam Foreman, do you guys have a verdict? Ooh, I see.
The foreman says yes in the chat.
Okay. Madam Foreman, I am going to bring you back up. You all have reached the verdict, Madam Foreman. What say you?
Yes, Your Honor. We, the people of the jury, we're going to have to say that the defendant is guilty in this matter. On all accounts.
On all accounts. Thank you so much, Madam Foreman. We will have you back.
Excuse me, ma'am. No gloating. No gloating in the court.
I just like to trust in our American democracy.
Okay, and now it is time for sentencing. Carlos the King, I want you to own being messy. I want when you get called out by people on your shows that you just be honest. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to save face with other people. If you're going to be messy all the way. Don't try to save face saying you ain't heard nothing like you did one Miss Melody Cherie where you sat up there and said you ain't heard nothing about nobody cheating. Meanwhile, you was on the phone with the alleged mistress, okay? I'm going to need you to go ahead and speak to what it is. I'm going to also need you to go ahead and keep your beard. Yes, sir. I need you to keep the beard upon your face. Okay. I need you to keep it because this right here is not a look. This right here is not a look, but the beard is a nice look. I'm going to also need you to stop wearing rings, so many big rings, as if you are Morticia Adams. It is unbecoming. It is not your style, and it is a knockoff of Morticia Adams, and you ain't it, okay? And I also want you to realize that Martell you want some Martell ZZ. So I'm gonna need you to stop being around here crying and falling all over the place behind Martell. Just say you want some of that pussy and let it go on. You know what I'm saying? Let him accept you or reject you. I sentence you to 30 years, okay?
Not the vagina. Don't be giving up the vagina.
You know he want more.
Wait, Judge, is this one of the rings he wears? Is this not one of the rings? I'm sorry.
Can the judge finish the ruling, please?
I'm sorry, but is this not one of the rings he has?
Has the rings that look like that, but you should have put it on your pointer finger, because that's what he like to wear it on that pointer. Oh, he like to wear them rings right just like that. And you gotta.
I can't be judged for being gaudy.
Yes, he's not being judged for being gaudy, but I want him to stop that. Okay, no, he wants that. He wants that Sally Whack. Okay, he wants that TTD. That's so big. But we're gonna need you to not be wanting to, do these things with the people on the shows, and we're gonna need you to keep them all messy. We tired of this one-sided gang up, one-sided storyline. Okay, we want all the mess from everybody. 30 years of not letting anybody hide anything by way of contract. Okay, do not be hook and crook. Either tell it or don't be on the show. And if you bring Destiny back, you will be fined $300 million.
No. Tell them to leave Hungry Eyes over there.
Next case on the docket.
That's my song.
That's my song. That's why I said it.
Oh my God.
Can I get a quiet courtroom, please? Thank you. Now we are ready for the case of the girdle wearing, bra snapping, rough mouth, cheating bastard, the gaslighting queen, Marsu J. Blige.
Okay, now on this case, I believe the prosecution is California Cutie, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so now I am going to let the prosecution start with her opening statement for the court.
Sorry, Judge. I was turning my heater on for my phone. Give me a second. It was Marceau, correct? I actually was looking down, but okay, I think it was Marceau. So we the people are prosecuting Marceau Scott for being a manipulative, secret, big shoulder, small teeth having, conniving, mother-in-law hating, put himself on a pedestal, always having a joke but ain't funny moment, thoughtless cheater. And I will prove my case without a shadow of a doubt today in your courtroom, Judge.
That's it for the opening statement. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Now we will hear.
That's the start of it.
Now we will hear opening statements from the defense attorney.
Good evening. I am here to straighten my wig is crooked. Wait, is it this way? Oh, okay. All right. Good evening. I am here to prove that my client, Marceau Scott, is not a cheater. He's not a gaslighter. He's none of these things. No one has caught him doing anything, but they're throwing these accusations around on my client. Let me explain something to you. It's simple as this. If no one can prove that he hit, you must acquit. No one has proof of any of these wrongdoings. So what? He went to Africa alone. A lot of people that's married go to Africa and leave their family behind. It's becoming an epidemic. Leave your family behind and go to Africa. And he cannot gaslight anyone who doesn't want to be gaslighted. His wife enjoys being gaslighted. He's gaslighting to make sure that she's happy because she enjoys being in a gaslit state. She's in a state of gaslitization, so she likes it and we love it. Marceau has done nothing wrong. He is a doting father. No, he doesn't watch the kids, but he pays for them. What more does Tisha want? It's no proof of him out there cheating. It's no proof anywhere. We have begged for proof. And nothing. Like I said earlier, if we cannot prove that he hit, we must, people, acquit. And I rest.
I need to get myself together. Not if you did. If you gave proof, if he didn't hit you, must acquit, Lord Jesus. Prosecution, go ahead with your case.
So, my client, the people, y'all know I'm so used to being defense. The people and I are accusing Marceau of gaslighting. He's and using jokes to to do the fire of the gaslighting. That's what's even funnier about the whole thing. I do have an exhibit. I'm not sure, Judge, if you have my exhibit of Marceau and the cheating allegations that have came behind him, and the one pic.
Which one is it?
Him in the hotel room.
You sent it to my phone or to the court's
docket? I sent it to the phone. But here's the thing. There's a picture circulating around that that the prosecution wants to bring as Exhibit 1A 203342966712. Anybody with 2 eyeballs and like me with 4 can see that the accused is laying in this bed with his broad shoulders, his pointy head, and his pointy ears. It behooves me that the defense really can state and say there's no evidence floating around when I know for sure there is. I've seen the back of Marceau's. We have seen the back of Marceau when he was running in his marathon / whatever you want to call his triathlon thing he was doing to promote. We saw the back of him. We saw what he looked like from the back. And for the ones that have seen it, I am so sorry, jurors, if you have not, because that would definitely burn his high. Definitely was him in the bed. And I just, the fact that he said he can tell.
I do apologize. The evidence have been added to the court's records. Or are you ready to show that exhibit?
Yes, please. For me, Judge, I know I've seen the back of Marceau, and I know that this is the back of him. I know it in my heart. I know my soul. I know it to the core in the pit of my stomach. And anyone with 2, 4, or a caterpillar with 25 eyeballs can see that. That is Marceau. I also know that he was allegedly cheating on his wife, and the evidence that I just showed shows that. But not only that, Judge, he was allegedly accused of getting someone pregnant. There was no child to be seen or had, or there is no evidence of that. But what I will say is that he's guilty of going to get a vasectomy in 2019 when said alleged rumors of this said child was being allegedly brought to the forefront. And only a guilty man would do such a thing as snip, cut, and remove things that would be there any other reason other than him cheating and having an alleged child on his said wife. So I already know that he also it was brought to our attention that some years back, this wasn't recent, but it all comes together. It all goes together. that Marceau received a picture of a thought and her boobs, trying to get employment from said Marceau, when we all know that that is not a reason. No one has ever. I've been around for 50 years, Judge, and I have not ever seen or heard of someone sending, other than a resume, some boobs to said employee, soon to be or want to be employer. Only a guilty person would not only let happen, but acknowledge the fact that that was a lunchtime surprise. I don't think he shared that with his wife, who holds 51% of his company. I don't think he shared it with her. I don't think she thought it was a nice lunchtime surprise. But I'm gonna sit and rest right there, Judge, in that sweet spot.
Can we ask for the movements and the gestures and the head nodding and the head shaking of Mace be removed from the record, Judge?
We cannot. In all courts of law, the defense attorney is allowed to confer with their client as well as make faces and object.
But you took it off the record from Cutie earlier.
Well, no, that's when she was using that wasn't Cutie, that was the expert witness. Actually, the expert witness cannot be doing all of that. Who got fined for it? I told Cutie, you know what? I am sick of the bailiff questioning me up in my court. Okay, $500 million fine. Let's proceed with your case.
Never gonna get it.
Here we go again. Counsel is bringing up frivolous lies. At this point, these are just lies and speculation. First of all, that was not my client's back. How do I know, you ask? My client has a 6-pack of chicken franks on the back of his neck. That person clearly had a 4-pack. That was clearly a 4-pack of chicken franks. That's first of all. Second of all,
mute yourself, Judge.
This baby nonsense, where? With what sperm? Wasn't it claims that he was out here with cottage cheese sperm? Wasn't those the claims, allegedly? Didn't he have his sperm siphoned out of his balls? So therefore, it's nothing coming out to make a baby. These are just lies that the prosecution is making up on my client. Second of all, as far as his trip to Africa, yeah, he went to Africa alone because he needed a break. He was stressed out. If you deal with someone talking like this and why and who you did your an event and I want to throw an event. If you dealt with someone whining in your ear 365 days, you would need a trip to Africa by himself. He just needed to clear his mind. And yes, we're going to bring up the fact that he was in Atlanta and he lied on his friend. He was with his friend only for an hour and his other time is not accountable for. It's because he was sleeping. He's a tired person. If you're carrying around a 6-pack of franks on the back of your neck, you will be fatigued as well. He is fatigued. This man is working hard building this house that's not built yet. He's working hard for the family. It's no proof of him cheating. He tried to get got by Mel. He tried to get got by the cousin, who's a traitor, by the way. The cousin, you can't trust her as far as you can throw her. She consorts with the enemy. We don't trust her. She's making up stories. And as far as this naked picture that he received years ago, this is how women get jobs nowadays. They fill out applications and then they send naked photos. It's It's been done across the board. This is just a new wave and a new age of applying for a job. He had nothing to do with that. And that was not his fault. He can't be charged on what he received. He didn't ask for that picture. The young lady was trying to get a job. She was putting her best breast forward. That's all. And you can't blame her for doing it.
I move to strike that from the record, as that is not the current way of employment. The current way of employment is filling out an application.
It depends on what you're trying to be employed for. We don't know what position she applied for.
Allegedly, this was 14 years ago.
She was on the cusp. She was ahead of her time. She was a game changer. She knew 14 years ago that the new wave of getting jobs is to send naked photos. So she was just ahead of her time. She was very smart.
I do have a question for the defense. How did your client heart a picture when that feature 14 years ago, when that feature was only introduced to us? Let's see, 2016, 6 years ago.
But actually, he didn't heart the picture. He replied and he said,
it was stated by him that he hearted it, thumbs up it. That feature was not available.
So he could have just liked the picture and said, I like it. I think he responded to the young lady because she was a potential employee. He had to respond. It was not his fault. If someone sent me a naked picture, I may not look at it, but I will respond to it, allegedly. But he did nothing wrong. There's no proof. He's having these accusations hurled at him repeatedly. His wife is whining and crying over these frivolous accusations. And my client is innocent. He is a hardworking man. He's there for his family when he's home. And he's a business owner. He opened Black. He has chocolate in the bottle. He has allowed Tisha to go to school. He has allowed Tisha, to be a business owner. He is a great husband. Women should aspire to meet a man like Marceau. Marceau is a king of all kings, okay? And I see nothing wrong with what my client is doing. He may be not telling the full story. He may be omitting some things, but it's for the best interest of his wife. He knows she's a whiner. So therefore, he has to hide things from her so his ears won't bleed. He's saving his eardrums, Your Honor. And I rest my case.
I did see that the prosecution had a statement she wanted to make. Prosecution, what was your statement?
I did have just a couple of other things that I did not touch on, and that was that the hate that he has for his mother-in-law, the dislike for the person that brought his wife into this world. And I also feel like he's very jealous of anyone that is having a better marriage than himself, and his narcissistic ways get in the way, especially when the defense just said he allowed his wife to do school. He allowed, like, as if she doesn't have her own brain. I know that I've heard they called his wife Goo Goo Gaga, but he thinks he's her dad, and he's not. That's his wife, his business partner, and he should treat her as such. So he's guilty on all counts. And leaving his wife at home to go get his mind together all the way to the motherland. You can get your mind together in the bathtub in your bathroom. So he's guilty, Judge. That's all I wanted to say.
Your Honor, may I have a rebuttal?
You may.
First of all, I would like to say Tisha needs to be led sometimes. She's not the sharpest knife in the jar at times, and she's been eating those stuffed potatoes that her mama's been cooking for years. So we don't know what type of mush those potatoes had turned her brain into. And Marcel probably knows firsthand. So Marcel is helping her out. He's assisting her. And when I say allow, I mean allow. He allowed her to get out there and go to school. He allowed her to become a partner in his business. He allowed her, because like I said, from eating stuffed potatoes from Miss Wanda for the rest of your years, you could have a lot of stuff going on up here. And for him to, lead her around, he's leading her to the promised land. She needs to be led. Not all women need to be led, but she needs to be led. And that's why he's not only innocent, he's a saint.
You have a strange way of defending your client, but she is not allowed to do anything. She has her own free will, and she's not an animal. Okay, so we're going to refrain from doing that and making it seem like, this is 1953 when this is 2023. Defense, the jury finds
if he pays the bills, she better chill. Bottom line, if he pays the bills, she better chill. And that's all to be said.
She is the 51%. She's the 50%. Remember, the 49%. That's all I'm going to say.
That's in the business. The defense of being messy and stuck in the olden days. That fine is $300 million. Expert witness, do you have any testimony?
I do. I'm sorry. That last part from the defense made me choke a little bit.
Not merch.
Speaking of merch, the link for the Nola Reed's merch is in the description box as well as in the About tab. Click the link. Okay. Now, expert witness, are you testifying for the prosecution or the defense?
The prosecution. And can I be on the screen alone, please, Judge?
You may.
As the expert witness tonight, I have not only visual evidence, I have physical evidence here with me, and I also have written evidence. So right now I'm going to get to the written evidence, then I'm going to move on to the visual evidence that I sent to the honorable, the incomparable, the legendary Judge Nola Reed, and then we're going to get into the physical evidence. Okay? Well, the prosecution has already showed one piece of my evidence, which was his wide back that was caught on camera. And we do know that it was his back because he has a little tattoo on his back and we can see the tattoo. Yes. He has Jalen, which is his step nephew, down to the Black Cigar Lounge, that is, working at least 5 jobs. The manager, bartender, waiter, cook. He is the hostess as well. We can confirm that from a slew of other content creators on YouTube who have been down to Black Cigar Lounge and said that Jalen either waited on them or made their drinks. And, the people said, Jalen make a strong drink, okay? So if you ever want like a real good drink, you want to go down there to get a drink from Jalen. Yes. He told Jalen on the season finale, as he was talking to him about how he feels about how he is completely and utterly, stuck at work, working long hours, doing jobs, about 6, 17, 18,000 jobs that could be, delegated to other people, that he was kind of upset that he didn't get to spend time with his mother, who was just diagnosed with breast cancer. And, when Marcel Scott told him basically to get over it, because he had to get over it too. He had to suck it up and get back to work. That's basically what he told Jalen. He basically told Jalen, you were too emotional. Like, you can't be emotional about your mother being diagnosed with breast cancer, because she's my sister-in-law. She's my sister. She's my friend. And I can't be emotional, so you can't be emotional. He blew cigar smoke in Tisha's face. Yeah, there was a Instagram live. I'm not sure where it is now, but I remember seeing it. He blew cigar smoke in her face multiple times on multiple occasions. On Mother's Day of 2022, instead of doing what she wanted to do on Mother's Day, because she's the mother, it's her day, it's in the title, they went to NASCAR to do what he wanted to do, to watch them race around the track over and over and over again. And I think he was hoping to see a crash, but it didn't happen. He had lied to his wife about where he was going to be. He never told her he was going to be in Atlanta, and he brought Chris Fletcher in it and kind of got Chris Fletcher in trouble in the sense of Chris Fletcher only spent 2 hours with him, and he spent the rest of the time in Atlanta with his wife. He was with his wife, and no one knew where Marceau was the entire time. And I believe during this trip is when his car got stolen down there, and he blamed the hotel for not having adequate security, even though they told him not to park on the street. Yes. He went to Africa for 30 days without his wife. She said that she agreed for him to go on a trip, even though she wanted it to be a family trip, because he was just so stressed out from work and, the lawsuit that was happening, that he really needed to go. And he went on a trip to Africa for 30 days to the motherland. Lied and said that, there was no Wi-Fi, there was no cell service. He didn't buy a phone card when he touched down in whatever airport he was in before, he went to wherever he was staying. Yes. But he was down there taking pictures now. He was down there taking pictures, and he posted said pictures on Instagram. So I don't know about you, but I know about me. Something's a little fishy. Something not right in the buttermilk. Per his mother-in-law's words, the mother-in-law that he doesn't actually particularly like, his titties stink. Not my words, her words. His titties stink. She said his titties stink and they musty. He tried to also come for content creator Bonnie Blue because, she made one comment. Nothing too horrible. Nothing horrible whatsoever. It was just like a quick statement, and he tried to come for her. It did not land because he can't read. He brought up the alleged sex tape between Miss Van and his brother. He did it to take a dig at Miss Van and also her daughter, and then her now former son-in-law. It didn't land. I mean, it didn't land with, the expert witness, but it possibly landed with other people. He refuses to actually get, real therapy. He does not like Dr. Francis because Dr. Francis calls him out on all the things that, he's doing wrong, and he refuses to go to actual therapy. And even though his wife was kind of getting help from Dr. Francis, he didn't like said help she was getting. So he convinced her to leave therapy with Dr. Francis and find a therapist who was as misogynistic as him and was going to follow along with everything he wanted to, say and be done in their marriage. He allows his wife and himself to live in a twin XL room with king-size furniture, which forces them to be on top of each other and clothes to overflow from dressers and closets. It's not a good time. It causes a lot of claustrophobia. He's always looking at Mel. This would be the time that I asked the judge to show said picture of him looking at one Melody S. Rogers. In the future, she will be Nee Holt. If you please, judge. If you please, show the people him constantly looking at her. I don't know if the judge heard me or not, so I will continue and I will go. Yes. See, as you can see, she's looking this way. She's looking over, she's looking over to the side, and he's directly staring at her. Not really staring at her face or anything. The staring is right at the breastises. Yes, he's staring at both of those breastises sitting on her rib cage. He is. That is all, judge. He's used Tisha's credit to start multiple businesses, and he likes to allow her to pretend like she's in charge when she's really not. He has told multiple people that he cannot work with his wife, that he is the boss, and he is the end-all, be-all because he has the builder's license. He tried to sue the company that is currently suing him. So he tried to sue and they countersued. So that is why, per, their words, he took a trip to Africa. And that's public record if you want to know, if you want to see. He helped Martell cheat. He was bringing Valentine's Day gifts, bringing car payment money, and anything else that Martell needed to Ariane Curry. So he was helping Martell cheat. He did the Cuff It challenge with a bottle of champagne in a bottle, but currently, they have been told to take black off the champagne, the chocolate in a bottle, because it's not actually their product. They white labeled it. Chocolate in a bottle has been a product that's been out for years. I want to say centuries. they are just like a distributor of them. They kind of white labeled the situation, and they are no longer allowed to have black on the chocolate in the bottle. So yeah, he did the cuff it challenge not well with chocolate in a bottle, and it's just like you can't sell that anymore, especially with your label on it. And I'm telling y'all now, with the cuff it challenge, no rhythm whatsoever. After years of finally, after years of having bedrock, which is their land that they legitimately couldn't build on for a long time, and they claim that there was lions and tigers and bears, oh my, and snakes. His wife is very afraid of snakes. They finally broke ground. We're not sure when it will be built. It's very much giving Neverland. It's never gonna happen. That's what it's happening. He posted the Atlanta picture to take a dig at his brother to prove that his brother is a liar. Yes, he did. He makes Tisha feel very insecure about herself. He never, bigs her up, never promotes her, never makes her feel good about herself. He actually makes her feel very insecure. Judge, if you could show the pictures of them together, please. If you could show the pictures of them together, please. If it pleases the judge and the court, if you could show the pictures of them together. And as I'm waiting for that, I will continue. Oh, yes. As you can see, she's holding on to his chain. It might be a little bit blurry, okay? But she's holding on to his chain. She's giving the come get me eyes, like my husband loves me eyes. And he's giving another, like, why are we here? Why are we doing this? He was not laughing at the puppets in this picture. He was really laughing at her as she made a fool of herself. That's basically what he was doing. He was not laughing at the puppets. He was not laughing at what she was saying. He was laughing at her make a fool of herself. That is not it, Judge. Yes. He happens to look like the Keebler elf, the head Keebler elf with the white hair and the white eyebrows. If you can see the resemblance, they look like father and son. Marceau Scott being the father and the Keebler elf being the son. Or if you want to switch it around, you could do as you please. The next picture of them together, please, Judge. This is a picture from them back in the day. She just looks so happy. She looks so giddy. She looks like she's just so in love, and she really loves the time they are spending together. And he looks like, now how? And I'm going to screw up her credit. He's looking like I'm smoldering, and I want whoever is taking the picture to give me that come get me energy. I want them to sit on my face. I want them to ride me. That's the energy he's giving in this picture. He's giving, I will also mess up your pH balance. I will jack up your credit, and I will keep you docile, barefoot and pregnant in the home, doing what I want you to do, not what you want to do. Judge, is that all the pictures of them? I'm not sure. I sent a lot of evidence. I really did.
You have other pictures with him, but not of him and her. Did you want to show your other pictures as well?
Give me 1 second, because I'm getting to that. He makes fun of Martell for not having a builder's license. Yeah, he does that a lot. He makes fun of Martell for not having a builder's license. Made excuses for Wanda as she was talking about Sugar Mama Holt. Yes, he made excuses for her. It was the same as his brother did. But this one said this. And if someone talked about your child, why would you want to have a conversation with them? He's very antagonistic. He's very aggressive. He loves to talk over people, specifically women, when they are going to say something that he does not agree with or he does not like. He likes to overtalk them, and then he likes to try to browbeat them like he browbeats his wife, in the sense of, I know better than you. I know better than you. You know nothing. I'm going to talk. You're going to listen. And my point is going to get across. And my point is right. You are wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. Shut up. That's basically his mindset. He also always looks like he's removed his top row of dentures. Judge, if you please, can you show the people? Can you please show the people? He always looks like he just removed his top row of dentures and that he has to go home and get his teething ring out of the freezer to suck on it. Yes, he does. Judge, the next picture, please, if you please. Yes, as you can see, it looks like the teeth are missing. It looks like he just removed the top row of dentures. It looks like the teeth are gone. It's giving very much gummy down. Is there another picture of him without the teeth, Judge? Is there? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. Yes. This is him saying boo because my dentures is out. Okay. What are you looking at? That is him. Also moving on, for him having no teeth and always sucking on his teething ring, he lost the trademark for a Black Cigar Lounge to sell any type of apparel items. Judge, if you could show the people. This is also public record. You can look up trademarks online for anything you want. And he did let the Black Cigar Lounge trademark for apparel of any kind go dead. If the judge is able to show it, she can show it. If not, it is okay. That is Inez Wine, Judge. That is.
I apologize. The judge did not get to upload that evidence to the court.
Okay. He told his wife on an episode that if she wasn't thick, he wouldn't deal with her. If she wasn't curvy and have a little cushion for the pushing on the bottom half of her, that he would not deal with her. What man does that? What man talks to his wife like that? That is just mean, rude, and nasty, all wrapped up into one. He received a picture from someone who was applying to a job, so he said, and it was a nude, it was a butt shot, it was a booty picture, it was, I don't know what it looked like, but that's what they said. He said that he liked the picture. He also sent a message back saying, a nice midday surprise. Yeah, he said that. Didn't admit it to his wife until, she went through his phone. And then he sat on the reunion stage and said that it was 14 years ago. However, the reunion was filmed in 2022. 14 years ago was 2008. And he claimed that it was on Instagram. We did not have Instagram back in 2008. You couldn't even send pictures like that in 2008 because that was Motorola Razr time. That was a Sidekick time. That was BlackBerry time. It would have taken a very long time for those pictures to load. And once again, we didn't have Instagram. You weren't able to like pictures like that because there was 2008 smartphones weren't that advanced for that. And we hadn't really gotten the first smartphone like that either. And also, in 2008, he was working down to the movie theater. I believe he was buttering popcorn. So if it was 14 years ago and someone was interviewing to work with you at the movie theater, what were they doing? Interviewing to hold the popcorn as you poured the butter inside? I think not. And as I move on to my visual evidence, he is currently shaped like this thing of Welch's grape jam. Okay, do you see the inside? Do you see the jiggling? It's jiggling, baby. Go ahead, baby. It's jiggling. Yes, he is built like that. I also say that he has shapewear, and I currently have his shapewear right here. If the people could see, this is his shapewear. It is very stretchy. It goes up over the stomach. It's going to, hold some of that in. It's going to tuck some of that in for you. Okay? He got this from Shaperman. It's going to tuck some of that in. It's going to hold over the stomach. It don't roll down. So you is going to be good for whatever event you have to go to. He shops at Lane Bryant as well because right next to me, hold on. Another thing, he's always wearing these glasses when he's up to no good, blowing smoke in his wife's face, basically pushing her off of him when she wants to get all frisky with him. When the Mother's Day event, he's always wearing these glasses. And lastly, he shops at Lane Bryant. I know he shops at Lane Bryant because we are the same cup size. And this here is his bra. Do you see the cup size? Do you see the cup size? This is his bra. This is his bra. His breastises is big. Okay, let me see. Let me tell y'all what size this is. Because I said we're the same size. But we may not be the same size. Hold on. Okay, this is a 46 double D. It is made in China. Child, we are not I lied. We are not the same cup size. I'm a triple D. He's a double D. Okay, I got one cup size on him. I got one letter on him. But this is his bra. Do y'all see this? I mean, it's a little worn out a little bit because the cups is caving in. But this is his bra. He shops at Lane Bryant. He has shapewear that he always wears to hold that thing together because he does not want the people to know that he is shaped like Welch's grape jam and that he be jiggling. Go ahead, baby. You jiggling? Yeah, he jiggling. He just be jiggling, okay? And with that being said, he also yelled at Carlos because Carlos had Martell and his son film a scene together of Martell apologizing for the 20 women comment. He actively helped ruin the Holtz marriage. He played an active part in that because he told Martell that Ariane was not the one to cheat with. We want to know, how do you know who to cheat with if you haven't cheated yourself? And once again, I have to show the people that this is his shapewear. This is his bra. And with that being said, I rest my case. That was all my evidence. Well, I can't rest the case. I'm just the expert witness, but that was all the evidence I have for y'all tonight.
You're muted. You're muted, Judge. You're muted again.
The judge needs to be muted.
I think the shapewear and the bra may be highly prejudicial to this part of the court case. I'm not sure, but that will be grounds for an appeal if he loses this case. If we don't want him to be,
this is just unfair.
We're going to have to strike some of that.
This is unfair. Just because my client likes to serve body, yada, 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 doesn't mean that, he likes to be snatched in the waist.
He said jam.
So what?
Jam.
It's not fair that he looks like Baby Shark. You shouldn't. He can't help if he looks like Baby Shark.
Let's save all argument for the closing. Madam Defense Attorney, go ahead with your closing statement, please.
I believe I proved here beyond a shadow of a doubt that my client is not guilty of any of these accusations brought upon him. He has been dragged in this court due to frivolous accusations that is just made up. And these are just lies at this point. My client is not cheating on his wife. There's no evidence of that. We have no woman found, no baby, no nothing. He's been accused of wearing a faja. I say he's just trying to keep his body together. I don't have no excuse for him wearing that bra, but he's just trying to keep himself together. That's it. And he's an older gentleman. His teeth used to look like Baby Shark. So he's very self-conscious. That's what I would say. He's self-conscious of his body. And I think he shouldn't be shamed about that. So what, he borrows his wife girdle? Isn't this a time for equal opportunity? Isn't this a time for when we say that men and women should be treated equally? If he wants to wear that bra and that faja, he has the right to wear that bra. We are living in 2023. It's equal rights for everyone. Men can wear a bra, women can wear a bra, cats can wear a bra, dogs can wear a bra. Anyone can wear a bra and a faja. That should not have been brought up in this courtroom. And my client is not guilty on these charges. He's an innocent man. He is a God-fearing man. He is a family man. He's a man of all men's. I rest, Your Honor. I rest my case.
Girl, I'm gonna go ahead and let the prosecution give her closing statement.
Okay, Judge. men and women of the jury, the judge reads, I reiterate to you, if you let Marceau Scott off scot-free and be a menace and run amok of this world, the bloodshed will be on your hands. It will be on your hands completely. This man is guilty of everything that the expert witness has said. He is guilty of being a narcissist. He is guilty of gaslighting. He is guilty of not liking his mother-in-law. He is guilty of pretty much squandering the sculpt away from Martell Holt. He is guilty of going to the motherland without his wife or children, for that matter. He is guilty of getting a vasectomy and not telling his wife because he was scared of his indiscretions and them coming back and biting him on his balls and giving him a baby he may not want it to have come into the world. So he fixed himself without the knowledge of Tisha Goo Goo Gaga. He is also jealous of his anyone that has a wife that doesn't bellow. He's guilty of all charges. He's guilty of talking about Tisha's other side of her family and being on the other side of the track as if he's bigger and better than everyone else. He is guilty on all counts of everything that was presented in this court today, Judge. And like I said, if you guys don't find him guilty today, he will run amok. He will be a menace to society. And I'm going to move to Canada. Prosecution risk.
She gonna move to Canada.
Not you gonna move.
You're muted.
My God. At this time, we send the case to the hands of the jury. Jury, please put 1 in the chat if you deem him guilty, 2 in the chat if you deem him innocent. Remember, at this time, okay, we are prosecuting Marceau, okay, for being the gaslighting queen. Okay, so please put your 1s in the chat for guilty. Put your 2s in the chat for innocent.
Burn the shaker.
Listen, that took me out. Okay, and while we're waiting for the jury to deliberate, make sure you put your you like the video, okay? Like the video, leave us comments, okay? Everybody on this panel has a page and their link is in the comments, okay? Their link to their page is in the description box, okay? So go ahead and make sure you click and support everybody's channel, okay? Now, do we have a verdict, Madam Foreperson? I am waiting for. I need to look up on. Oh, I sent my phone away. Madam Foreperson, are you still here?
She was still in the chat last time I looked.
Me too, but I know it takes. I wasn't looking through YouTube, so it takes a little bit longer.
The
delay.
I'm going to YouTube now.
I'm watching the chat now.
I'm watching too. I don't see
her.
Extra smoke. I haven't seen you in a while.
She's ready. She's in the back. She says ready.
Gotcha.
Private.
Okay, I see it here. Good evening, Madam Forewoman. Have you all come to a verdict?
Good evening, Your Honor. Yes, we have. We, as the jury, side in favor of the prosecution and find the named Marceau, legs, thighs, and titties, Scott, guilty by all accounts.
Thank you for doing your due diligence as a juror today. We have one more case and then you guys will go home. Please note that this was volunteer jury duty, so the $8.75 will not be paid on today, but we will send you a note.
This is a total miscarriage of justice, and I'm calling on the umbrellas. I'm calling for Rock Nation. I blame Jay-Z, and I'm going to have I'm going to request a
That she went from the defense attorney to the father.
The Tory Lane Daddy. Jesus.
I blame Rock Nation. I even blame Beyonce for this. This has been a miscarriage of justice, and we will file for an appeal.
Appeal denied.
Now
denied. Person. We have one more case tonight for trial. We want to thank you all for being volunteer jurors. We do not pay. However, we will write you a note for your job, and you will get one family emergency phone call for jury duty to your job in case you ever want to leave. That is how we pay you. Okay. When you're sick and then people working on your nerves, we will go ahead and call the job with a little cry and desperation in the voice. Okay, we will do that. We will call and cry with a little desperation in the voice and say that you need to come home. It is a family emergency. Okay, 911 emergency, reconnect the community. We will reconnect you with getting out your job. You feel like you're about to lose it, give us a call. And go ahead and get you up out of there. No, there is no Chick-fil-A.
Thank you, Your Grace. Thank you, Your Grace.
Chick-fil-A. Somebody put the cows in the chat. Okay, they haven't been able to catch the cows yet, so we can't provide Chick-fil-A. But we will provide you with a family emergency phone call.
Judge.
Crying in the oh my God, it's so tragic.
Judge,
it's so tragic.
You call us and we will give you your family emergency.
Okay. And with that being said, it is now time to sentence one Marceau Scott. Okay, Marceau Scott approached the bench for sentencing.
Wait, it's Marceau or is it
Marceau? Marceau Scott, I command you, okay, it is part of your sentencing that you get some tussie to put up under them musty ass titties, okay? We need you to go sit in sensitivity training. I'm also ordering you to wear a pregnancy belly, okay? One that is very interactive. Okay, one that is very interactive, which means you go through the back pains, the weight of the feeling the weight, and you must do everything while pregnant. Tisha is not allowed to help you. Matter of fact, she will be locked up for the 3 months that we are making you wear it to provide that make sure she does not help you in any way. You will also be locked up by yourself in a home with just you and your children, where you must still cook their dinner, okay? You will also go through the stage in this pregnancy belt where labor is involved in order for you to feel it. During this time, you may not take your teeth out of your mouth. You must clean your own denture cup, and you must retire your bra and your shapewear, okay? You must retire it. We're also going to sentence you to $1 billion fine, since you guys say you have run multi-million-dollar businesses. Okay, so multi-million-dollar business plus multi-million-dollar business plus multi-million-dollar business mean billionaire status. At least that's what you like to pretend. Okay, we're also going to sentence you to no more camping trips in your sports car. Okay, we're going to sentence you to 36 sessions, okay, each year with Dr. Francis, so he can let you know how much of a bullshit nigga you are.
Can you make him move his family out that little house?
Okay, no, we're going to sentence him to still stay in that house because the people don't want any excuses of why they cannot build on Boulder Nation. We also sentence you, okay, to move rocks one by one, hand by hand, and post it to your Instagram so that we can see
Judge,
you moving the rocks.
Judge, can you sentence him to get rid of the king size furniture in that twin XL room?
Listen, I ain't sentencing nobody to a smaller bed.
No, not a smaller bed. Just the dressers and all that stuff, because that takes up a lot of room, and then they can't breathe or move.
You trying to sentence him to doll furniture?
I mean, they can't move hardly in the room.
Come together, judges.
I also sentence you to never show us a cheap carpet picnic with a charcuterie board with watermelon on it ever again. It is just an injustice. Tisha's a thick girl, much like myself, and she want food. Okay, I sentence you, yes, Q, to show your teeth. I sentence you to show your teeth. And last but not least, I sentence you to sensitivity training. Okay, since you want to be a woman, we're soft and we're sensitive and we're supple. So I sentence you to be soft and supple. Okay. I also sentence you to tell the truth about your wide body back. Okay. Never show us your titties on the boat again and your shoulders are shouldering. It is just disgusting. We don't want you. The only person in this world who wants you is Tisha. Your mama is so ashamed of you, she won't even show her face on this lackluster of a show.
And we know what she looks like.
Okay, and we know what she looks like. And you gotta like thick girls because you must love your mama.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they like your mama.
He is not in danger as he will be monitored. The kids will not be in danger as he will not be monitored. He will be monitored 24 hours a day while with said children, as well as we will make sure we have a list of all of the things they're allergic to, their likes, their dislikes, what they like to eat for dinner, favorite meals. We will get that from Tisha before we send her away and make sure only things that the children can have is within said home. Judgment in this case has been rendered. Defendant has been found guilty.
Next case.
Judge, I need to know if someone could come up and support as co-counsel for me because I need to take care of something before my husband goes to work because we ran over. We're a little late.
I have you. I can.
Thick girl, will you be co-counsel for me?
I can help if she wants me to.
Yes, please be co-counsel for me. I'm going to drop down the chat until I finish.
Okay. Okay, next up on the case, I'll announce this case. Next up on the case, last case of the night. Last case of the night is against Martel Hot Dick Holt for being the chaos king, okay, or queen, whichever you want to say. So this case is against Martel Hot Dick Holt for being the chaos king. Prosecution, go ahead with your opening statement, please.
Thank you, Judge. Jurors and court and Judge Nola reads, we the people are prosecuting Martel Holt for wearing his clothes entirely too tight, being the first man with yeast infection, and not giving Tank his t-shirts back after stretching them out. He is also accused of not getting a builder's license at all, let alone in a timely fashion, and still trying to weasel his way back into Salt Enterprise. Martel Holt is accused of having an outside baby with a girl who only in her head thinks that they use her likeness on a show, and in true fashion to her name, Airhead, clearly she is guilty of being such. Back to the defendant. Martel is guilty of being a two-timing loser. He stepped out on his ex-wife during the marriage to Melody Cherie. And to add insult to injury, he also had a beautiful baby boy for said Airhead. He is accused of humiliating his then wife behind closed doors and in front of thousands of people who watched the show. Martell is guilty of producing a wine in his grandmother's name, Inez, and just slapping his labels on a 99-cent store wine bottle. How dreadful. Martell is guilty of chasing clout with a well-known woman who proclaims to be a fashion designer with no fashion and obviously no taste in good men because she picks Martell after we all witnessed how he treated his now ex-wife Melody. I will prove my case today in your courtroom. Judge reads. Without a shadow of a doubt. So, looks like my sister probably stepped away to use the restroom or something, so we can still go in on this weird guy, Martell. The laundry list of things that he is guilty on the docket, like you would need the legal papers that we had, the legal note yellow paper that we have. We need about 3 of those. He has no defense today on all the charges that are brought against him. He not only cheated on his said ex-wife Melody, but he tried to make her the guilty party and tried to bring her brand down by accusing her of cheating. While if she was cheating, we all know that Martell wouldn't have stuck around for that, because we know Martell is a user, hence the reason why he's with his now new girlfriend. So, I mean, up to date, this is what we think, that they're still together. She hasn't had no fashion in years. So why he's clout chasing someone that also is still trying to get notoriety on her fashion 10 years ago, you still are guilty. You still look guilty, or is going to be guilty on all charges. He has shown some growth, but that's to be expected with any situation with time. Time will not heal things, but it will have a reason for you to look back and reflect, and that will help you to make better choices in your future. So that's about the only positive thing that I would ever say about Martell. But he's guilty on all charges. He is so guilty of cheating, disrespecting the mother of his children. He also is guilty of wearing the tightest clothes I've ever seen. Granted, they might look good on him. Granted, a lot of people, a lot of women, or a lot of people may think he looks good. I always feel like he looks restricted. Restriction does not feel good. If it always looks like somebody's holding his arms down and he just doesn't look comfortable at all. So I just know that the jury and the judge will find Martell Holt guilty on all charges, which include, oops, sorry, I asked me to go back. Which includes, did I even say yes? Oh, I didn't put them in up. I didn't put them down like I really wanted to. But yes, he will be found guilty on all charges against him. Period.
Can you take this one down and put the other one up? That's backstage.
What?
I'm back.
This the right one? Okay, defense attorney, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead with your case, please. Defense attorney. Remember, you are on the defense.
Okay. Who else to defend my friend than me? Glad my counsel had to step away. But I today will show that although my friend loves to wear his tight, small clothes that belongs to his son, and he may have been out in those streets at the gym after hours, deep down inside somewhere, I haven't seen it yet, but there's a good man. And we cannot blame this man for all of his faults. We have to realize he was raised by Marlene Holt. I guess that's her last name. She told this man that it was not okay to cry if you are bullied at school as a child. She wanted to be a city girl and not a mother, so she pushed him off on his grandmother, who raised him to the best of her abilities. Her and his father did not give this man the best of looks when he was growing up, because the looks that he now have, his ex-wife, gave to him. So he didn't have a lot of experience in women. That's not his fault. He is now sowing the oats that he never got to sow when he was younger. Now that his wife has fixed him from his teeth to his feet, the penny loafers, he is now exploring and trying to find himself. So we cannot put all of this on my client. We will have to give some of this to his mother. And he has said before, if it wasn't for his grandmother's passing away, he would be in the NFL. So we have to put some of that blame on her as well. And let's not forget Uncle, who had him out here stealing empty ATM machines. We all know that Martell had an IEP when he was in school, and Marlene got an SSI check for him every month, and she gave him nothing. So him scrounging and scraping for change and to be accepted is the way he has lived his whole life. And he's not going to unlearn that behavior overnight. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some years. But my client is not guilty because it cannot all be put on him. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Lord. I didn't realize I was laying down, Jesus. Prosecution, go ahead with your case. Is the prosecuting attorney needing a recess?
Sorry, I had stepped away from the podium. My bad.
It's okay. Go ahead and start presenting your case, please.
Give me one second, Judge. I left my glasses. Give me 1 second. Okay, Judge. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you can.
Oh, all right. I'm back. So, although the defense is trying to paint this picture for the court that he was raised by his grandmother, all the more reason why him paying homage to his grandmother should not be on a 99-cent bottle of wine. It just should not do that. You're not going to tell me your client has been raised by his grandmother, and the best thing that ever happened to him, and he would go put his label on a 99-cent bottle of wine. That's not paying homage. I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor. His wine is not 99 cents. It may be for the home, but it's not 99 cents.
You're correct. It's not 99 cents because he put inflation on a 99-cent bottle of wine. So you're correct. Thank you for pointing that out to the jurors. There is never going to be an excuse for any man to dog out his wife or the mother of his children. Now, the man Martell, the defendant, he has not one but two baby mothers now. And for him to manipulate try to manipulate one of his baby mothers and manipulate the other one, he's guilty on that alone. He does not have the mental capacity to be right with his kid's mother. And now he thinks he's okay to go clout chasing with she never has fashions. That alone is telling you he's not ready. He doesn't have his eye on the prize. He has yet to do his builder's license. He doesn't have the capacity to be an independent person. Hence, he has to be around his mama at all times. He always has a lady friend with him. He doesn't know how to stand on his two feet. Hence, Melody had the builder's license, and he had to stand on her shoulders. So he's just guilty on all accounts. And I'm sure, I am more than positive that the expert witness we have will make and break the defense's defense and make my case. So I rest just on that alone.
Sorry, the judge is eating so I can take my nightly medicine. Defense attorney, go ahead with your defense.
Your Honor, I say that we have to find my client not guilty due to the diminished capacity of comprehension, of reading, writing, and arithmetic. I want to show that this man was never given a fighting chance since birth. Everything that he does wrong is because he's trying to do it right, and he just can't figure out how to get it right. But nothing that he does is malicious. He puts his best foot forward each and every time. The reason he can't get his builder's license that everyone likes to talk about is because he cannot read, write, or do arithmetic. That is not his fault. So we need to find him. We need to help him instead of bashing him. He has children that he needs to take care of, so he doesn't need to be putting his time or effort into anything but that and to getting his mind together. I'm sorry, Judge. I don't understand how the way he treats his wife, his ex-wife in the past has anything to do with the man that he is today. She can't pay. She won't pay and she don't pay, said out of her own mouth, the man that is on the TV is not the man that bees with me. That's what she said. I'm just saying. So we would have to go by what she says because none of these other people have been with this man. He's not with the coleslaw anymore. He's not with Mel anymore. And we can only go by what Sheree says because none of these people know the man that he has become. He's doing better. He has businesses. He's on the cover of a magazine. Do you know how big of a feat that is for Martell Holt to be on cover of a magazine? You're on mute, Judge.
Excuse me. I would like the fact that he is on the cover of a magazine stricken from the record. Court stenographer, I need that stricken from the record because he's on there with so much foundation. He almost looks like he's ready for the grave and not the cover.
But
So
he's
we're
there.
going to strike that from the record. We're going to
I will
strike
be appealing.
the makeup artist was horrible. The
That's not
foundation,
my client's fault.
foundation was cheap. It definitely gave Family Dollar foundation. Okay. And
This is black. This is
we're going to strike because in that article, if part of your case is that how he treats his ex-wife currently is not part of the case, then you cannot reference that article as in he dogged out his ex-wife in that case. So if you want that article, okay, admitted to this case, then you must also allow for the prosecution to bring in how he treats his wife. So you decide, defense attorney, do you want that article added to this case? Because if that's the case, then his character and his behavior can also be added to this case on how he treated his ex-wife, being that he mentions her a lot within that article.
Well, I haven't read the article, so no, I don't want it entered. I don't know what this crazy man has said out of his mouth. Nope. I'm trying to help him, not hurt him. And his words will hurt him.
Okay, so we're going to strike the cremation number 5 makeup article, okay, outside of the case. Jurors, do not hear that, do not answer that, do not consider that within your deliberation. Go ahead.
And to go towards his diminished capacity, I would like to point out that my client sat in front of the Popeyes for a good 2 hours talking on his phone, wherein he said that Ariane Carey was a good mother and Melody Cherie was not. If that does not show diminished capacity, I have no idea what will. He has taped, no person with a brain tapes their children and bribes them with peach cobbler. What child gets bribed with peach cobbler? That's another thing that goes to his diminished capacity. He also had a wine launch where he didn't even mention his grandma because diminished capacity. Then he had another wine launch where he couldn't even read what he put on the paper. Diminished capacity. I feel that he is not guilty and should be found not guilty on diminished capacity because everything that he does wouldn't be done by someone who had a full brain in their head. So I asked the jury to find my client not guilty because he has fetal alcohol syndrome. It's not his fault that his mother was a city girl who loved her Hennessy. It's not his fault, ma'am. It's not his fault that his mama smoked binges and hedges like they were going out of style. That's not his fault, Judge. The daddy wasn't any better, Judge. He wasn't able to pick his parents. They picked him. He didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on him. It's not his fault. So I'm going to need my client to be found not guilty. I'm going to be asking that he is sent somewhere so that his diminished capacity can become full capacity, and he can live up to the potential that Melody Cherie saw in him when she was doing his homework for him, when she was getting his face fixed and his mouth fixed and his clothing fixed and everything. She made my client from his teeth to his feet. So without her, the diminished capacity is at an all-time high, and this is not my client's fault, Judge. He cannot help that his mama loved the drink more than she loved her unborn child. The defense rests. If the cup is full, he ain't no good. If the smoke is hot, he can't get on the pot.
Jesus. No, I don't object. I think she playing into my hands. I can't object.
So I have a question for the defense.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you defending your client with the insult saying diminished capacity, or are you saying that your client is slow?
I'm pretty sure that we all have seen the show, and we have seen that my client isn't dealing with a full deck. And that's because fetal alcohol syndrome, people, it is real. My client didn't ask for any of this. He's just trying to make do with what he was given. He's slow. Yes, he's slow. If you need me to say the word, he cheated on Melody Cherie with coleslaw. If that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what will. He wants to be in the club with Marceau and Maurice. If that doesn't tell you he's slow, I don't know what will. They went out there empty ATM machines when he was a child. If that doesn't tell you it's not his fault, I don't know what will. He didn't do it. It's not his fault. He loves. He loves the way that he knows how to love. He loves the way he was loved, which was dysfunctional as.
Oh Lord, I thought you were about to say his love was the love he was loved with is slow.
That too. That too. That's why he don't know that. To be loved, to be loved. What a wonderful feeling. To be loved. He never felt it. He never got it. He don't know what it is.
Too feisty. No, your punishment is to be sentenced to staying in the court. And with that being said,
She knocked
took herself off the thing too.
I did. Listen, I was trying to unmute my Lord Jesus. So your client is basically pleading insanity. Exactly. Your client is basically pleading not guilty by way of insanity.
Diminished capacities, ma'am. We can say it nicely. There's a nice way to say what you just said, and I said it. Diminished capacity. The left side of his brain does not work when the right side is on. He can only use one side at a time, ma'am.
Expert witness, do you have anything to say in this case?
Yes.
You have any x-rays of his brain?
Or are you prosecuting for, or are you testifying for the prosecution or the defense?
The prosecution. I have physical evidence. I have visual evidence. I have written evidence. I'm going to say the written first. We'll get to the visual, and then we'll go to the physical. May I be on the screen alone, Judge?
You may.
Or go, put me up there for everybody to see. Hello, everyone. We're here. Well, I'm here to give evidence on one Martell Holt. Yes. First piece of evidence, he cheated on his wife with multiple women. There was a woman in D.C. There was a woman in Huntsville. There was probably...
Objection. All of those women were never proven as fact. We only know of one. Objection.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We know of two. The one in D.C., who's a dance instructor, and the one in Huntsville.
She never came forward.
By way of Ohio. He subjected us to Ariane Curry. If it was not for him going outside of his marriage and cheating on his wife, we would not have Ariane Curry. She would not have been able to leave or get bullied out of nursing school and come on social media and admit that she was his mistress. And now we have to put up with her and her stiff bob and her, come here, son. Come here, Holt. Come here, Holt. Come here, son.
My client would ask that his kids not be referenced, ma'am. That's offensive to him.
I didn't say a child's name. We wouldn't have to deal with her doing heel stretches in a dark, dank, stank club. He is the reason we've been subjected to her. He blamed his grandmother for him not being able to make it to the NFL because she passed away. I don't know any human who actually was raised by their grandmother, whose grandmother loved him. Like he said in the past that his grandmother loved him and raised him and took care of him, both said by his mother and him, and did everything she could for him, that would blame a woman who, was in poor health. And her passing away, her going to see the Lord. She went to the upper room, not the lower room, the upper room.
I'd like to get that stricken. She does not know she's not Jesus.
If the defense attorney keeps interrupting, she will be held within contempt of court, $3 million fine. Go ahead.
She's in the upper room, not the lower room, the upper room. And he blamed her for him not making it to the NFL. And I don't know anyone who would blame their poor, sweet Nana who raised them when their mother couldn't for them not making it to the NFL. I don't know anyone who would do that. Do you know anyone who would do that? Because I don't. He stole $17,000 from his ex-wife. Now, currently, I don't know the capacity of what's going on with that $17,000, but really this is how it went. Each of them made $17,000 for the season. It went to a joint account. Before she could take her money out by the time they were divorcing, he called her $17,000. Her half of that $34,000, the $17,000 a blessing, and he kept it and spent it on his bills. That's called stealing. Because it was not yours. Yes, he stole that from her. He has no builder's license. He refuses to get a builder's license. It's an open book test. He's had people give him the books with the answers highlighted for the open book test and has yet to go take it and refuses to get it because he feels like, well, I could just work with someone who already has a builder's license and I could do the building instead of having the builder's license and doing the building, a double threat. He does not want to be. He does not want to be a double threat. He wants to be a one-trick pony out here. He hacked/tried to hack into Mel's phone, not once, but twice, and in both times ended up hacking his own phone and allowing Mel to get phone calls that were meant for him to her phone. There was a call from one Destiny Peyton Williams. Yes. There were other phone calls that we're just going to have to wait till Sunday. Well, not Sunday, Saturday to hear about because it's happened twice. He's suing Mel for custody or full custody, and if he keeps her in court, she's not allowed to change her name back to Rogers. That is why I've been referring to her as Melody Cherie Rogers, futurely Nee Holt, because currently she's still a Holt. She wants to change her last name to Rogers, but because he has her in court trying to get full custody of the children, she cannot change her name. That's by the laws in Alabama. I also believe that to get full custody because he is trying to get child support so he can be able to get his other child that he has with Ariane Curry because he did have an outside baby. This child with Ariane Curry, he is trying to get full custody of him and Mel's 4 children so he could get child support so he could bring his son home. He's trying to bring the baby home. Yes. He gave his children snacks, ice cream, peach cobbler, popsicles. He gave them all these things so they would snitch on their mother. And basically, however, how can I put this? Each snack, peach cobbler, ice cream, popsicle, it was worth however much he thought the information was worth. So if the information was worth just a little bit, you got a popsicle. It was a good amount, you got ice cream. But if it was the whole enchilada, you got a nice big piece of peach cobbler. And I would like to also add on that his daughter, known as Boss Baby, called him Ice Cream Boy, and he got upset with her because that was her exposing him for giving them ice cream, for telling on their mother and what goes on in her household. Allowed his young son, his toddler, to live with a mother who, for months on end, allowed that little baby to walk around the house coughing, and wheezing and being congested. Yes, she allowed him to walk around the house coughing and wheezing, and he allowed that to happen. And we saw it all on Instagram Live, because she's always on Instagram Live flicking her stiff bob. It's so stiff. I don't know what to do. And saying, come here, son. Come here, Holt. Yes, she's doing all of those things. And he allowed that to happen. Because he could have came and, got a son, but he didn't. He spewed homophobia about Mel's brother and Mel's brother's husband, the uncle to his children, both the uncles to his children. He spewed homophobia. He spewed hate, because it's been said by his kids and their uncle that, they wish that the uncle and the uncle's, husband were their father, because they teach them things. They've taught them how to swim, how to ride bikes, how to do different things. We've seen this on social media, and he was upset about it. He was also upset that Mel's brother had the same Pharaoh costume on as him, but looked better. So it was like a little fashion showdown, and he was definitely upset. He also put Sugar Mama on the floor of, the family photo that he did, which was copying his ex-wife. He put her on the floor and held his youngest son when he could have held both children, because they're not that far apart in age. He did do that. He told Destiny, his bestie for resties, that her mouth, in her own business, her Fort TV business, but in her business, that her mouth was the reason she got divorced. Not because the mouth did wonders, no, because he felt like she talked back and she talked too much and she was abrasive, and that is why she got divorced. Not because there was anything else, it's because she, had the audacity to speak in her marriage. He cannot spell. If the judge would please show the incident of him not knowing how to spell, if it pleases the court.
The court is pulling up evidence ABC 1, 2, 3.
That's not it, Judge.
Well, listen, you submitted so much evidence. Okay, the judge is trying to
Sorry, Judge.
Oh no, that's not it. Oh, wrong case. Sorry, it must didn't make it into the evidence.
He tried to spell alcohol on a post to promote I Nest wine, as it is commonly known amongst certain reviewers as incest wine. And he spelled alcohol wrong. I don't know anyone who could spell alcohol wrong, but he spelled it wrong. And he left it up for an entire day and then took it down and put it right back up with alcohol spelled correctly, like we wouldn't notice. Eventually, I believe the judge will find it and show it to you guys. He stole hold on. He told Ariane all of Melody's medical history, not just, the fact that she had COVID, about other things that happened in their marriage, and allowed said person to spew hate and tell the rest of the world about this woman's medical history when she shouldn't have known anything about it. Lied about hunching Melanika. Lied about it. Got very upset when Destiny came back and told him that Mel said that, him and Melanika were screwing around before, they got married, and then admitted it when Melanika was standing right in front of him down at a property that was just basically dirt, rocks, and sticks, that they did sleep together once upon a time, way, way back in the day. So he lied about that. Yelling at Mel in Vegas and getting very belligerent with her to the point where Marceau Scott, who has already been sentenced, had to run in the room and take him out because everyone thought it was going to get physical. Showing up to her home after he called. I want y'all to know that he called her and told her that he needed to come pick up a bag of the girls' stuff. He needed things for their children, and he needed it in a bag. And that's what she came outside with, this bag right here. She came outside with this bag, and he got upset because he could not get in the house, that she would not allow him to come into her house. Hold on, wait a minute. He got so upset that he was not allowed in her house. And she told him, you were never allowed in my house in the first place. You've never been inside the house. You've never been welcomed inside. You've always been on the outside. And he got upset. He was upset that he didn't have a key to the house, that he couldn't walk into the house. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? He's very upset that he didn't have a key to the house, that he couldn't go in the house. And really, there's a song for this moment, and it's Little Richard's "You Keep on Knocking But You Can't Get In," because that's exactly what he was doing. And he got belligerent, and he decided to then slut shame her like he's been doing constantly. He also slut shamed her tried to. Word is tried. And told her she was basically too ran through for him to ever want again. So he's been constantly slut-shaming her to make it seem like they're on equal playing grounds when he is the one who cheated and, put the family at risk during their marriage, as COVID was very much a thing and still very much a thing. But at the very height of the pandemic, when everything was locked down, he threw out his back. He was army crawling to the bathroom to get on a secondary phone to talk to his other mistresses. And he was going out to the gym. He wasn't pumping any iron. He was pumping something else. Yes, that's what he was doing. He put the family at risk. The 20 girlfriends comment. The 20 girlfriends comment has caused astronomical to the highest highs of issues and problems for one Melody S. Rogers. Why? Because everyone blames her for the 20 girlfriends comment when he's the one who made it, and she continues to get blamed for it. And then we always have to hear Tisha, yes, he had 20 girlfriends. Why is she always like this? Why is she like this, whiny? Yes, she's always complaining about the 20 girlfriends comment, and we're sick of hearing about it. He wears tight coochie cutting, yeast infection inducing pants. They're just like real tight up there. It's just like you can't move. It feels like it's just rubbing against all the parts. It feels like you can't even do a squat. You can't walk, because your thighs gonna play shoot, because that's how tight the pants are. He probably has a yeast infection right now. I'm sorry, Judge. I am sorry, but they are very tight, yeast infection inducing coochie cutting pants that he got down at the Baby Gap. He has a fake relationship with one Sheree Whitfield of Atlanta, Real Housewives of Atlanta, by way of Chateau Thelma. Yes, he does. He has a fake relationship with her. It's not real. They did put out some photos. I don't have those in evidence. We've all seen them. Some candid shots that paparazzi caught, but we don't believe it. He also introduced his children way too early, his young children, to one Sheree Whitfield, and all I'm saying is you don't know that woman like that to introduce your children to her so quickly. Yes, his thighs will play shoot, 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 shoot. He talked badly about his former mother-in-law. He talked badly about her. He is right along with the rest of them, but this whole sex tape thing, this alleged sex tape, we can't prove that there is one. He was upset that she wrote a book with his children. He just has such vitriol for her. And I guess it's because she is the mother of his ex-wife. Try to shame Mel and get the rest of social media and the rest of the world to jump on her because she didn't show up for his photo op on the first day of school back in September. And here's the thing. It was his week. He took the kids to school. She came to the school 3 times to see the kids, for a meeting, and to bring the children lunch because he didn't make lunch. He said his kids could eat school lunch, and he knows his children don't eat school lunch. So she was up at the school 3 times. He was only up there once. And he tried to shame her for that because she didn't do a photo op with him on the first day of school. And that is how we found out that he was suing her for full custody of the children. Yes. He kept Mel's things. He locked her out of the house, wouldn't let her get her property outside of the house. And when I say her property, I mean her clothing items, her material items, any important documents, and so say the rest of the items for the children as well. Hold on. And he sent Tisha a text about, a BMW that Marceau, who's already been sentenced in this court, that he bought for another woman. Hold on now. He also called Ariane Curry a good mother. As I've said before, she allowed the child to walk around for weeks upon weeks upon months, coughing and wheezing. Yes, he called her a good mother and called his ex-wife a bad mother. If the court would please show the pictures of one Martell Coochie Cutter Holt as a youth. If you could show the pictures of him as a youth. This is a person who is devious. He is devious. His eyes are so beady. They're scheming. He looks like he was one of those kids who were in detention and always in trouble. This is Martell Holt. Judge, the next picture, please. If it is in evidence, I'm not sure. But his eyes are so beady and they're scheming and they're figuring out how to steal your lunch money. He's winking at people. He's winking at people, trying to get them to, you see what I'm doing. I'm winking at you so you know to laugh at me. I'm winking at you because, I think you look sexy, Mel. You and your armor of, Jesus Christ superstar. I'm laughing at everyone coming at you, and I'm laughing at the fact that all these people are sitting up here lying, and I know the truth. Judge, if you could take down the picture, please. I have visual evidence. I have physical evidence. This is one of Mel's hats. I want y'all to see this, that he took this hat, he kept this hat. He would not give this hat back. This hat is meant for the beach. He took the hat, kept the hat, and wouldn't let her get it back. I want y'all to see the fox that he had on down there to the Atlanta wine launch. Y'all see it? Don't it look good? Don't it look good? Listen, it's not exactly fox. It's dog, but it still look good, don't it? Yes, he took it. It was Mel's, and he took it, and he had it wrapped around him. He came out in his coochie cutting suit, and he had y'all looking at the animal that was on his shoulder because he wanted you to know that he stole it from his ex-wife, but he wore it better. That's what he did. And finally, Judge, if you could please bring up Inez Wine, please. This is Inez Wine. It was named after his grandmother that he said he loved so much, but down in Atlanta, he didn't even mention her. And when he was mentioning her for the wine launch in Huntsville, he stuttered through the entire thing. And I also want to show the bottle of wine, if it pleases the folks. I start over here. Yes, you see Inest wine, premium sweet red blend. It is 99 cents. It says that it's non-alcoholic. However, it says it has 13% alcohol content. Oh, wait. Hold on now. Because that's a lie. Because he white labeled this wine. He white labeled the wine. It is actually, hold on now. It is actually the Sutter Home Sweet Red Blend, non-alcoholic, 750 milliliters, meant for pregnant women to enjoy. You know, the non-alcoholic version, because you know they can't have the alcoholic version, meant for the pregnant women to enjoy. He white labeled this wine. Judge, if you could show the evidence, please. He white labeled the wine. He didn't even make it himself. He stole it from Sutter Home. And this right here shows you he couldn't even do it himself. He took the entire description. And it says, alcohol removed red wine blend by Sutter Home. Great for pregnant women that still want to enjoy the red wine taste. Backed by Amazon Prime's A to Z money back guarantee. Great gift for any occasion. Bold black cherry aromas led to abundant. I don't care what the rest says, because you know what? He white labeled it, and he didn't even do it correctly. He white labeled it, didn't do it correctly, stole the entire description from Sutter Home, and said that his wine was non-alcoholic, but it had a 13% alcohol content. What would have happened if pregnant women would have ordered your wine, sir? You would have been responsible for what the defense has said is your defense for fetal alcohol syndrome, because you duped your customers. And that, also, he looks like Roger from, American Dad. Judge, can you show the people? Judge, can you please show the people that he looks like Roger from American Dad? As you can see, him and Roger have the same look. The same suits, the same hand movements, Roger has hair, that's about it. The same eyes. They could be siblings. They could be father and son. We've never actually met Martell's father, so Roger legitimately could be his father. We don't know. The world works in mysterious ways. What is a cartoon could be real life. What is real life could be a cartoon. And that's all my evidence. That's my evidence. Oh no, I'm still on here. I don't have nothing else.
All righty, prosecution, your closing statements, please.
My closing statements, as has been talked about the whole trial, Martell is guilty. Sorry, let me get to my notes where I was at. Martell is guilty, as I said before in my opening statements, of, or should I say for, wearing tight clothing, entirely too tight, being the first man with the yeast infection, wearing Tank's clothes and not giving them back after he stretched them out, not getting his builder's license, weaseling his way, trying to weasel his way back into school, having an outside baby with Airhead, trying to use clout on she ain't got it. Just by her fashions. Other than that, girl got it. Two-timing his wife too many times, embarrassing her. Just anything that he could do to try to make her less than a human being, he tried it. His wine has not been fulfilled. None of his anyone that has ordered it has not seen it. And if they have, thank God. And like our witness has said, our expert witness has said, if any pregnant women had done that, had drank his wine, it would have contained alcohol in it, which is terrible. And just bringing the whole brand down, period. That's what he's guilty of. And the prosecution rests.
Okay. Defense attorney, your closing argument. Defense attorney, are you there?
My bad, Judge. I was on mute.
Okay.
I would like to start off with 3 words. Fetal alcohol syndrome. I thank your expert witness because everything that she said about him is true and is due to fetal alcohol syndrome. So I need this jury to find my client not guilty, again, due to diminished capacity. What man in his right mind wears his son's clothes and wears them as tight as he does? Who crawls up the steps with a broke back to answer the phone? No one with a working brain that's working on both sides at once. Who has a fake relationship just to get on Roja? Who deals with coleslaw? The girl that doesn't even look like she know how to wash properly. He then said such person is a good parent when we all know that Paris is the good parent. He tried to write a book knowing he can't read, write, or do arithmetic. He took the whole $17,000 because he could not read, write, or do arithmetic. He did not know the percentage that he was supposed to keep. He didn't know the percentage he was supposed to give to male, so he just kept the whole thing. He lied on his grandmother. Who lies on their deceased grandmother? Not a person that has 2 working sides of their brain at one time, I can tell you that. He's mad that Marcus is a better man than him. Who does that? Instead of going and trying to be a better man, he gets mad. That does not make a smart person. He looks like Popeye the Sailor Man without the pipe. That's not his fault. Again, fetal alcohol syndrome.
Judge.
And that wasn't a fox, that was a possum on his shoulder. Let's get that straight.
Judge.
And he did not white label that liquor. That was the lady with the upside down belt. And he didn't know it was upside down due to his dyslexia. It's not my client's fault, people. It's not his fault. If you're going to blame anyone, blame his mother. And we have seen his daddy on multiple occasions on this show. And he looks like Roger as well. So it's not his fault the way he looks. And it's not his fault the way he behaves. Yet again, fetal alcohol syndrome, Marlene and his daddy is the blame for everything that goes wrong in Martel's life. It's not his fault. So I ask this court yet again to find my client not guilty due to diminished capacity and to give him some help. Thank you. I rest my case.
Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to point out that the defense said he did not understand what percentage was supposed to be given out of the $34,000. He did say that when it hit the account, He saw it as a blessing, that he knew it was her money, but because it was still in their joint account and she wasn't able to quickly get it out, that he saw it as a blessing and he took it to pay off his debts. That's what the defense's client said.
And due to diminished capacity, he doesn't remember saying any of that, ma'am.
He wholeheartedly said he did.
Okay. And with that being said, we're going to send this case to the jury. Okay, we need you to put 1 in the chat if he is guilty, 2 in the chat if he is innocent. 1 in the chat for guilty, 2 in the chat for innocent. And we're sending this case to deliberation. 1 for guilty, 2 for innocent.
Thank you, Melissa.
Don't speak to the jury.
Okay. And Madam Forewoman, do you guys have a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And may you go ahead and render that verdict to the court?
Yes, Your Honor. We, the people of the jury, side in favor of the prosecution and find the named Martell, tight clothes wearing, business biting, brown loafer wearing,
yeast infection having,
peach cobbler offering, self-sabotaging, pillow talking, hot demon dick having, headhunting Holt, guilty of all charges.
I object. I will be appealing this because hot dick he is not.
Appeal overruled. And Madam Forewoman, I want to thank you for serving as head of the jury today. And we will see you next time we have jury duty. In this case, you can be called every week or every other week. There is no fine for that. And now we shall go to the sentencing process. Okay. I sentence Martell to do his penance 20 feet below hell for the rest of his life. Okay. He's also going to have to start wearing clothes that does not give anybody jock itch or gout and make sure that they fit. Okay? I'm going to sentence him to wear his clothes at the right size. I'm also going to sentence him, okay, to do a penance to his children and take parenting classes, as you should not record them and put said record statements on file. And until he does so, I sentence him to the next 12 years with supervised visitation. Okay. I also sentence him not to wear those penny loafers no more, as when the camera zooms in on him walking in them, they are running over to the left. Okay. On each side, they're like women who walk in heels and their heels is bending. The penny loafers are tired, and so are we. Okay. I'm also going to sentence him, okay, to stop pillow talking with his baby mother, as she does not make any sense at all. And we tired of her putting on lip gloss in front of our face like this and playing with said dried hair that needs the ends trimmed. Okay. And lastly, but not least, okay, we're going to sentence you to come up with a business idea of your own that actually works. Okay. The calendar did not work and we still have yet to see the cookbook. So I'm going to sentence you to come up with a business idea and plan and present it to this court and have it thought out to fruition before you just jump out there. I'm also going to sentence you to get an IEP and 504 accommodations. That way you can go ahead and get the help that you need for your diminished capacity. However, you will not be allowed, okay, you will not be allowed to get an SSI check because you have been living off of people for long enough. It is time for you to live on your own. And lastly but not leastly, we sentence you to get up out of your mama house. If you want $1 million mansion there or $20 million bridges, you can go live up under them. But we sentence you to get up out of your mama house. Be an equal father on your own to your children. And we are letting you know now, we are not giving you child support, nor are we paying for nanny fees, as you feel that Mel should pay for said nanny fees for both of y'all houses. Okay, so that the kids can be accustomed to things, and all of your kids should be accustomed to the same manner. We sentence you to step it the hell up, because it is not Mel's responsibility to make sure your outside child that you created, okay, is accustomed to the same lifestyle that she gives her children. You and that child's mother.
May I also ask you if you could sentence him to wear socks on certain occasions? He likes to go sockless in his brown loafers. And
we sentence him to not wearing the loafers no more.
Okay. But he also likes to go sockless in the other ones too.
We also sentence you to at least spray the foot powder, because the men don't be wearing them socks with them kind of feet. So I'm gonna sentence you to put gold bond in all your shoes so your feet don't stink and your house don't smell like sour cheese when you take off your shoes. And with that being said, this court has been adjourned for the evening. We want to thank you for coming to All Rise Messy Courts. We love you, and we will see you next week. You never know who might be on the docket. It may just be you.
Bye. Bye.
Oh, y'all don't start talking yet.